Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly have your seats as our workshop opening ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. We hope all students can fill in the first rows of the seats so that there's space for the latecomers to sit in the back. Thank you. As a reminder, in case of emergencies, please remain calm and exit through the back end of the venue, as well as through my left-hand side corner. We hope you can set your phones as well on vibrate to keep the event conducive. Thank you very much.
Check sound, check sound, check. Check sound, check.
Cek sound, tes 1 2, cek.
Cek.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly have your seats as our workshop opening ceremony will begin in a few minutes. I warmly welcome you to the lecture hall located at the 6th floor Rectorate building. In case of emergencies, please remain calm and exit through the back end of the venue as well as through my left-hand side corridor. We hope you can set your phones on vibrate to keep the event conducive. Thank you for your attention and your cooperation.
cek.
Cek 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, Professor Nasaruddin Umar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Minister of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, His Excellency Professor Nasaruddin Umar, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam International Indonesia, Professor Jamhari, the Executive Board members of UIII, distinguished speakers, our beloved students, and all respectable guests. Welcome to the Faith and Environment, Pragmatism, Piety, and Ethics workshop. My name is Fahrul Hafidz Rinaldi, and on behalf of the UIII Organizing Committee, we extend our highest appreciation and participation to this event. To commence this event, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia, Lagu Indonesia Raya.
Sana
return to your seats. For our next agenda, we humbly invite Dr. Ilyas Marwal to lead the dua and prayers. Dr. Marwal, the time is yours.
معالي وزير الشؤون الدينية لجمهورية إندونيسيا، معالي رئيس الجامعة الإسلامية العالمية إندونيسيا ووكلائه وجميع العمداء، أيها الأساتذة الأفاضل، أيها الحضور الكريم، أحييكم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي تواضع كل شيء لعظمته. الحمد لله الذي ذل كل شيء لعزته. الحمد لله الذي خدأ كل شيء لملكه. اللهم إنا نسألك أن تصلي على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد. اللهم أنت العفو الكريم والمجيد الرحيم الذي ما استغاث بك مستغيث إلا أغثته، ولا توجه إليك مكروب يشكو كربه إلا فرجته. وها نحن قد وقفنا ببابك والتجأنا بجانبك ووقفنا على أعتابك مستغيثين. يا رب وفقنا لما تحب وترضى، وخذ بناصيتنا إلى البر والتقوى، واجعل أعمالنا كلها في رضاك. اللهم وفقنا لما فيه صلاح الجامعة والوطن والأمة، وكن لنا عونا وناصرا ودافئا ما يحل بنا من المصائب والأحزان، ولا تجعل عزائم ذنوبنا حاجبة لما ينزل إلينا من فضلك، وآملنا في جميع ذنوبنا بعفوك وغفرانك. إلهنا أنت موضع كل الشكوى ومنتهى الحاجات، وأنت قد أمرت خلقك بالدعاء وتكلفت لهم بالإجابة، فاستجب دعاءنا يا رب، إنك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك، وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم، وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Dr. Marwal. You may return to your seat. Next, please welcome our Honorable Rector of Universitas Islam International Indonesia, Professor Jamhari, to deliver his welcoming remarks. To Prof. Jamhari, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain wa ba'du. His Excellency Professor Nasaruddin Umar, the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Prof. Komarudin Hidayat, our beloved Senior Rector, and also all the Vice Rector, Deans, and faculty members, and especially my beloved student who come today for lectures by our Minister. Let me talk in bahasa, so you are the international student have to learn bahasa Indonesia. Not only how to order Gojek, or to welcome, or to order food, but next time you have also to learn bahasa Indonesia so that that you are really in Indonesia, because you can speak bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak Menteri, pertama terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Menteri di kampus Universitas Islam Internasional Indonesia ini, dan kami sangat gembira Bapak Menteri bersedia untuk melihat dan juga menyaksikan kampus yang sangat besar. Yang kedua, kami terima kasih dan senang sekali mendengar support yang diberikan oleh Bapak Menteri kepada kita untuk pembangunan UIII ini. Saya sedikit menyampaikan informasi kepada Bapak Menteri. Yang pertama, sejak dibuka tahun 2021, yang melamar di kampus UIII ini 1009. Tahun 2002 yang melamar 1492. Kemudian tahun ketiga yang melamar 2009. Dan tahun ini yang melamar adalah 3.690 dari 77 negara. Cuma karena keterbatasan beasiswa yang kita terima, tahun ini kita hanya bisa menerima sekitar 300 mahasiswa, padahal peminatnya sangat luar biasa membludak. Yang kedua, Bapak Menteri, kami sampaikan, mulai tahun ini UIII sudah mulai double degree dengan beberapa perguruan tinggi di luar negeri. Salah satunya adalah 8 mahasiswa Islamic Studies berangkat ke Edinburgh untuk mengambil 1 tahun kuliah di sana, dan nanti pulang-pulang mendapat 2 gelar, 1 gelar di UIII dan 1 gelar di Edinburgh. Kemudian 6 mahasiswa berangkat ke SOAS University of London, juga sama, 1 tahun di sana, 1 tahun di sini, dan mereka akan mendapatkan gelar dari SOAS dan juga dari UIII. Dan insya Allah tahun depan, kalau nanti punya saudara, punya kawan, silahkan melihat website di LPDP maupun di kita akan membuka double degree untuk di 4 perguruan tinggi. Jadi di Edinburgh, di SOAS, kemudian di Dundee, dan di Deakin University di Australia. Semoga ini menjadi langkah maju buat UIII kita bersama. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang saya hormati, terutama my beloved students, pagi ini kita akan melakukan workshop tentang faith and environmental issues, jadi agama dan isu lingkungan. Ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan. Pertama, ada beberapa survei yang dilakukan oleh PPIM, yang temuan yang menarik, bahwa pertama ada kesadaran yang muncul dari umat Islam dan juga umat beragama yang lain bahwa mereka harus menjaga lingkungan. Cuma sayangnya support dari beberapa lembaga donor maupun lembaga civil society sangat kurang. Saya kira ini menjadi PR bersama, bagaimana pemerintah dan juga lembaga donor bisa mengamplifikasi agar masyarakat muslim juga masyarakat beragama bisa ikut terlibat aktif dalam menangani lingkungan. Nah, yang terakhir, kami ingin mendengar nanti kuliah dari Pak Menteri dan juga saran-sarannya, karena Pak Menteri ini salah satu pionir masalah agama dan lingkungan, dan kita terima kasih sekali Masjid Istiqlal itu menjadi percontohan bagaimana menyatukan program-program lingkungan dengan agama. Kita tepuk tangan buat Pak Menteri. Jadi beberapa penghargaan diterima Masjid Istiqlal, dan saya kira kita patut bangga bahwa kalau dikelola dengan benar, masjid bisa disejajarkan dengan lingkungan dan memberikan nilai-nilai tambah bagaimana melestarikan lingkungan. Saya kira itu saja sambutan dari saya. Sekali lagi terima kasih Bapak Menteri, dan kami mohon saran-saran dan juga masukan tentang agama dan lingkungan. Sebelum terakhir, kami juga punya 2 program studi yang mengkonsentrasikan masalah lingkungan. Satu adalah Master in Public Policy Concentrated in Climate Change di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial. Terima kasih. Dan ini peminatnya sangat banyak. Dan kemudian yang kedua adalah Sustainable Finance di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis yang juga konsentrasi dalam bidang ekonomi dan lingkungan. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Professor, for your kind remarks. Continuing our agenda, we invite our guest of honor to the podium, the Minister of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, His Excellency, Prof. Nasaruddin Umar, to deliver the keynote speech. To Professor Nasaruddin, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, last February, I'm invited by American Jewish Committee in Washington and New York in many places in New York and also Washington DC. Why? Because there are big issues last years because Greenpeace show Abrahamic region one of the factor for unsafety planet in the world. Why? Because we can find in many verses in the Quran, for example, وَإِذْ قَالَ رَبُّكَ لِلْمَلَائِكَةِ إِنِّي جَاعِلٌ فِي الْأَرْضِ خَلِيفَةً قَالُوا أَتَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَن يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ وَنَحْنُ نُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِكَ. And very similar verse also we can find in the Bible, especially in the Mazmur and also in Genesis. The position of man in the planet, very, very central point. So, according to the Greenpeace, one factor very important in the world we have to discuss it together, the position of the Holy Book of Abrahamic religion. So this is the very important factor why environment being broken. Because Abrahamic religion gave the man as a superior creation in the world. So Jewish Community Center invite me. I don't know why they invite me. I think I'm nothing. And also several scholars also from Egypt discussing together in Columbia University for 2 months, January and until February. Not only discussing, but we doing small research together with them. What is our conclusion together with them? Yes, we agree. Lot of Quran interpretation and also Bible interpretation mention many verses in the Quran and also in the Bible allow humankind to be being a superpower, yes, unlimited power to arrange our planet. And I think very interesting to discussing here. You are international student. I think this is my concern today also. If you read many interpretation, Quran interpretation, for example, At-Tabari and also Al-Qurtubi, what is the explanation regarding the creation of humankind? Humankind, the second creation after Malaika. And we have many points in that seminar, and allow me this morning to explain to you because we have very limited time. Allow me to explain my idea in Indonesia. Maybe in special class we can discuss it together in English, but I believe you can understand bahasa Indonesia because you are international students. Jadi teman-teman sekalian, Kita lihat dalam kitab Mazmur dan juga dalam kitab Kejadian, sama-sama bahwa manusia itu adalah diciptakan untuk menjadi khalifah, untuk menjadi pemimpin, President of Universe, kepala seluruh makhluk, khalifah, representative of God, to arrange our world. Sama dengan Mazmur, sama juga dalam kitab Kejadian beberapa ada 2 pasal di situ itu. Jadi kalau kita ingin memperbaiki lingkungan, kita harus mulai dari peninjauan teologi. Tahun hidup dengan menjadikan alam ini sebagai partisipan. Tapi 50 tahun terakhir ini kita menjadikan alam ini sebagai objek. Nah itu dahsyat sekali tingkat kerusakannya. Maka itu mereka mengajak kita kembali kepada masa lampau, bagaimana mereka itu bersahabat dengan alam. Nah, teman-teman sekalian, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita lihat bagaimana pandangan Islam tentang lingkungan hidup ini. Ini juga perlu kita lakukan pendekatan-pendekatan baru. Karena kalau kita terlalu mistikal dalam mendekati Quran, terlalu Quran itu kita mitoskan, tidak mampu kita mengangkat menjadi kita istilahnya Pak Presiden itu membumikan, itu agak kesulitan memang kita. Jadi bagaimana agama apapun juga itu yang dipersepsikan oleh para pemeluknya itu sebagai mitos atau the myth. Ya. Kemudian kita angkat menjadi logos. Ya. Jadi bagaimana menekankan aspek logos seperti kitab suci itu. Nah, dari logos itu nanti kita angkat lagi menjadi etiknya. Jadi mitos, logos, terus kita nanti menemukan sistem etik di situ. As Max Weber mentioned, tidak mungkin kita bisa merubah suatu perilaku masyarakat tanpa merubah sistem etika masyarakat itu. Dan tidak bisa kita merubah sistem perilaku tanpa merubah sistem etik. Dan etik nggak bisa dirubah tanpa merubah sistem teologi. Jadi saya ingin menawarkan sebuah pemikiran kepada teman-teman, walaupun ini bukan pemikiran saya murni, hanya sedikit saya menambahkan bahwa perlu ada pendekatan baru mendalami teologi kita. Apakah kita Kristen, apakah kita Yahudi, apakah kita Muslim, perlu rereading the Quran, rereading the Bible. Kenapa? Karena kita mulai meninggalkan spirit penciptaan alam semesta itu oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Memang kita sebagai khalifah, tetapi bukan semena-mena harus mengeksploitasi alam ini melampaui daya dukungnya itu sendiri. 200.000 banyak sekali kan, jangan melampaui batas. Tetapi apa yang terjadi sekarang ini kan, karena alam itu sebagai objek. Jadi kalau kita lihat sejarah mitologi Yunani ya, bahwa sekian ribu tahun, 3.000 tahun kita diperbudak oleh alam. Ya. Kenapa dia sakit? Oh, dia bermain di bawah pohon beringin, bawa sesajen pergi ke situ. Memang waktunya sembuh 3 hari kok kalau flu itu kan. Wah, itu berarti dewa yang bercokol di atas pohon itu senang dengan makanan ini. Ya, dia bermain di mana? Dia berenang di sungai, di danau. Berarti penjaganya danau itu marah. Dia kemana? Dia ke gunung, manjat gunung. Oh, sakit dia, marah, bawa sesajen. Jadi mereka menganggap bahwa alam ini 3.000 tahun memperbudak manusia. Jadi kita harus balik. Ya, ternyata alam ini nggak ada apa-apanya. Alam ini dibanding dengan manusia betul-betul nggak ada apa-apanya. Maka itu ada pendaki gunung tancapkan bendera kemenangan di atasnya. Gunung Himalaya misalnya kan. We are the winner sekarang ini. Saya taklukkan Anda. Gelombang besar itu diselancarin gitu ya, selancar. Kami taklukkan ombak besar. Sungai dia arum jeramkan itu kan. Kami taklukkan sungai. Gua yang dalam itu. Ya, itu Pak ada hobi kan yang menelusuri gua-gua dalam bawah tanah itu. Sampai juga saya taklukkan kamu. Jadi tidak ada lagi sesuatu yang misteri dalam ini. Semua bisa ditaklukkan oleh manusia, dan ini buktinya bahwa manusia itu adalah benar-benar khalifah. Jadi ada semacam balas dendam di sini. Sekian lama Anda memperbudak kami, sekarang gilirannya kami harus memanfaatkan kalian. Nah, diumumkanlah bahwa ada ayat dan ada Bible yang seperti ini. Yang memberikan kesempatan kepada manusia itu untuk mengelola alam semesta ini, terserah maunya manusia itu apa. Nah, ternyata itu terjadi pemanasan global. Jadi pemanasan global itu salah satu faktornya karena teologi Islam dan Abrahamic religion inilah yang mengizinkan mereka itu untuk memperbudak alam ini, ya, memperalat, mengeksploitasi alam ini melampaui daya dukungnya. Nah, kita lihat masyarakat tradisional dulu tidak memerlukan teknologi canggih, ya, karena masyarakat primitif itu didirect oleh otak kiri, sedangkan masyarakat modern itu didirect oleh otak kanan. Nah, kalau otak kanan yang bekerja, ya operasional di situ itu. Jadi tidak ada tempatnya dunia-dunia mitos di situ. Faith itu hampir-hampir nggak ada tempatnya kalau kita menggunakan otak kanan. Tapi kalau otak kiri itu menantang kita untuk bersahabat dengan alam. Jadi alam ini tidak perlu carikan laboratorium, carikan teknologi untuk memahami rahasianya. Karena alam itu membuka dirinya sendiri kepada orang yang memiliki rasa persahabatan terhadap alam. Nah, epistemologi keilmuan inilah yang juga saya ingin sampaikan kepada teman-teman, bahwa ada epistemologi laduni ini sudah hilang dalam dunia akademik kita sekarang ini. Jadi seolah-olah sumber akademik yang kita perlukan itu hanya rasio melulu, deduksi-deduksi akal. Padahal kalau kita lihat masa lampau, cara orang tua kita, cara ulama kita belajar itu bukan hanya belajar kepada lecture saja, tapi bagaimana belajar how to learn from the impersonal lectures. Belajar kepada guru yang bukan orang. Jadi impersonal teachers ini kan dulu sangat aktif. Sanurihim ayatin nafil afaq. Jadi kita bisa belajar pada ayat-ayat makrokosmos ini. Ayat makrokosmos itu kan kitab suci juga, dan juga punya hukum. Hukumnya adalah hukum kawin, hukum takwini. Nah, Quran ini juga adalah Quran tadwini, itu juga punya hukum, yaitu hukum tasyri'i. Nah, tidak mungkin dua hukum ini bertentangan yang bersumber dari satu sumber. Hukum tasyri'i bersumber dari Al-Quran, kitab mikrokosmos, dan hukum takwini yang bersumber dari kitab makrokosmos alam semesta. Gak mungkin bisa bertentangan. Nah, kalau terjadi pertentangan antara hukum takwini dan hukum tasyri'i, mana yang kita menangkan? Jadi kemarin zaman Covid, ya, ada pertentangan antara teks hadis dengan statement Menteri Kesehatan. Menteri Kesehatan mengumumkan kita harus melakukan social distance, 1 orang 1 meter. Tapi hadis Nabi mengatakan sahabat-sahabatkum rahimakumullah, rapatkanlah safnya sampai berdempetan. Jadi masyarakat awam kita bingung mengikuti Menteri Kesehatan atau mengikuti Rasulullah. Ya kan? Rasulullah minta kita itu rapat. Ya, itu kata hukum tasyri'i. Tapi Menteri Kesehatan sebetulnya representasi dari hukum takwini minta kita berjarak. Nah, kalau kita nggak punya usul fikih yang bagus, ya pasti kita akan mempertentangkan itu. Wah, saya nekat ke masjid. Masa pergi ke pasar, ya? Masa pergi ke pasar boleh ramai di pasar, bandara ramai. Tapi kita nggak boleh ke masjid. Pemerintahan apa ini? Ya kan dimanfaatkan oleh garis keras di situ, hardliner itu. Padahal orang pergi ke pasar itu wajib karena penjual susu bayi yang tidak ada air susu ibunya adanya di pasar, nggak ada di masjid. Kalau bandara tidak orang ke bandara, obat-obatan, uang Indonesia Timur itu nggak ada gajinya, pabrik uangnya ada di Jawa kan. Jadi wajib hukumnya ke bandara, wajib hukumnya ke pasar, tapi tidak boleh pergi ke masjid. Karena kalau kita ke masjid itu perintah hukum tasyri'i. Tapi kalau perintah ke pasar itu adalah perintah takwini. Ya. Nah, kalau bertentangan antara hukum tasyri'i takwini, mana yang kita menangkan? Nah, kalau kita tanyakan kepada orang awam kita, mungkin juga sebagian dari Anda, ya kita harus menangkan hukum tasyri'i dong dari Allah. Nah, pohon kelapa jatuh, kena kepala, pecah. Kurang ajar nih. Saya akan hukum kalian. Nggak bisa. Tapi kalau kita melempar kepalanya orang berdarah, bisa dihukum. Manusia itu tunduk kepada 2 sistem hukum, tunduk kepada hukum takwini, tapi juga tunduk kepada hukum tasyri'i. Kalau kambing tidak pakai jilbab, nggak ada masalah kan? Tapi kalau kalian tidak pakai jilbab, tidak pakai penutup aurat, masalah. Jadi ada hukum ekstra yang diberikan kepada manusia ini sebagai konsekuensinya dirinya sebagai khalifah. Dia harus tunduk kepada 2 hukum, hukum tasyri'i dan hukum takwini. Ya kan? Nah, teman-teman masyarakat kita banyak sekali yang terlalu fanatik kepada teks, tetapi dia tidak paham apa itu hukum takwini. Babi itu haram kan? Tapi paman itu rakyat babin pada itmalai, ya kan? Dalam keadaan darurat itu boleh, tapi berapa lama daruratnya? Tidak bisa, oh enak mumpung darurat, satenya masih ada, habisin aja sekalian. Padahal sudah ada nasi bungkusnya kan? Itu nggak bisa. Darurat itu punya ukurannya sendiri. Nah, mari kita lihat bagaimana masyarakat tradisional kita, pra-Abrahamic region ini memperlakukan alam. Itu mereka itu sangat memuja, menjadikan alam itu sebagai partisipan. Jadi sebetulnya dalam masyarakat tradisional Indonesia, mereka itu tidak menyembah alam. Jadi hati-hati memusyrikkan orang. Saya ingin berikan satu contoh, disertasinya Pak Baharudin Lopa. One very famous professor Indonesia, Profesor Baharudin Lopa. His dissertation menulis tentang nelayan tradisional Mandar. Orang Mandar pergi melaut. Dia cemplungkan kakinya sampai di lutut di laut. Dalam tempo 3 sampai 4 menit ada bisikan jangan melaut karena di situ ada perubahan cuaca dan gelombangnya lebih 3 meter. Balik tidak jadi pergi melaut. Istrinya, kok kenapa pulang? Ada pesan jangan pergi melaut. Ya. Dari mana dapat bisikan? Dari laut. Anak muda yang tidak mengindahkan tradisi itu nekat ke laut, terang mataharinya kok. Begitu sampai ke tengah laut, terjadi perubahan cuaca, perahunya tenggelam. Nah, jadi orang Mandar itu bukan musyrik melakukan upacara laut. Itu konsep persahabatan mereka dengan laut. Ya. kelompok masyarakat tertentu yang sangat hitam putih, wow, sinkretik, menyembah laut, bawa upacara lautnya itu. Ya, kami tidak menyembah laut. Saya melakukan praktek persahabatan dengan alam, seperti yang dicontohkan Rasulullah. Jadi ada hadisnya. Jadi Rasulullah ketika ada seorang ibu, ya Rasulullah ganti mimbarnya, masa kumuh, terbuat dari batang kurma, pelepah kurma, sudah lapuk lagi. Umat Islam kita sudah besar, ganti kayu. Ya. Jadi hari Jumat datanglah 2 budak hitam menggendong mimbar kayu sebelum salat Jumat. Ini ada 7 hadisnya, ini 7 sanad yang meriwayatkan hadis ini. Nah, terus Nabi minta bongkar mimbar tua. Karena di sini jamaahnya udah banyak kan. Onggok di depan situ itu. Alangkah kagetnya karena ada suara anak kecil menangis. Sahabat bertanya, kok kenapa ada menangis ya Rasulullah? Yang menangis itu adalah bekas mimbar. Masih ingin aku duduki untuk menyampaikan khutbah tapi sudah harus digantikan. Ya. Selesai salat Jumat, ya, sahabat yang bertanya tadi itu mengambil bekas mimbar itu. Ini bukan mimbar biasa ini, bisa menangis. Ya. Jadi Rasulullah bertanya, wahai sahabatku, bekas mimbar loh, diajak ngomong loh. Apa yang Anda minta? Mau enggak aku tanam atas izin Allah, engkau akan hidup di pinggir kali. Kan ada mukjizatnya Rasulullah kan. Mau enggak saya tanam di pinggir kali, insya Allah kamu akan hidup. Atau kamu nanti akan hidup memberi buah terhadap penghuni surga. Bisik-bisik jawabannya, berdirilah seorang sahabat. Jawabannya apa ya Rasulullah? Dia memilih untuk memberi makan penghuni surga. Nah setelah salat Jumat, yang bertanya tadi itu dia gendong pulang ke rumahnya. Di depan Rasulullah, dalam riwayat itu sebutkan, nanti mimbar itu hancur baru dibuang. Jadi apa artinya ini? Memelihara barang antik yang berjasa, itu bukan bid'ah. Ini kan selamanya sedikit-sedikit bid'ah lagi. Ya. Orang Mandar itu enggak mau diklaim itu sebagai syirik. Yang kami lakukan ini, upacara laut ini tradisi kami. Nelayan saya punya kasus. Ketika itu saya pembantu dekan 2 Fakultas Pertanian, menangani laboratorium. Jadi Pak JK, Pak Yusuf Kala ini punya tanah. Jadi kebun percontohannya Fakultas Pertanian, tanahnya Pak JK itu ada 5 hektar. Kita tanamin. Ya. Tapi sudah ada jagungnya tuh. Ada profesor ahli pertanian dari IPB, ya, doktornya di Boston, Amerika. Minta supaya jagung-jagung ini Pak ditebang aja Pak Tua. Ada tukang kebunnya Pak JK itu nanamin nanamin jagung. Pak, kami akan tanami kedelai di sini ini. Ini kedelai dari Amerika ini. Produktivitasnya jauh lebih bagus untungnya daripada Bapak nanti melihara jagung itu. Ya. Padahal jagungnya sudah hampir berbuah loh. Disuruh tebang oleh profesor pertanian ini. Ya. Pak Tua yang tidak tamat SD itu, coba anak lihat, dia ambil bibit, dicium. Dia ambil tanah, cium tanahnya. Ini enggak cocok di sana, ditanam di sini. Oh enggak. Saya periksa di laboratorium sudah 4 hari. Ini kontur tanahnya, topsoilnya ini sangat bagus nih. Ya. Ya, tapi feeling saya ini enggak cocok di sini. Wah, karena profesor, ya tebang aja, ditebang. Kedelainya ditanam, udah besar tidak mau berbuah. Ya. Jadi satu profesor pertanian, satu tidak tamat SD, tapi alam itu membuka dirinya kepada masyarakat ini. Sedangkan si canggih ini, yang profesor ini, alam itu menutupi dirinya sendiri. Jadi masyarakat terdahulu yang menggunakan otak kiri mampu berkomunikasi dengan alam. Dalam Islam kan tidak ada benda mati kan? Wa min syai'in la yusabbihu bihamdihi walakin la ta'lamuna tasbihahum. Tidak ada benda mati dalam agama Islam. Ya. Pasir. Rasulullah, hai sahabatku, pernah enggak mendengarkan pasir bertasbih? Lantainya masjid Nabi itu kan pasir. Masa pasir bertasbih Rasulullah? Nabi memungut 7 butir pasir. Coba Utsman, dengar, ada nggak suaranya? Nggak ada Rasulullah. Dempetkan di telinganya. Oh iya, seperti suara lebah. Itu bukan suara lebah, tasbihnya pasir. Pasir itu dikasih ke tangannya Abu Bakar, Umar, ya, dan Ali. Oh iya ya. Jadi sahabat membuktikan bahwa pasir itu bertasbih. Jadi benar Quran itu bahwa semuanya ini bertasbih. Apa yang dimaksud bertasbih? At-tasbih ma ma'na tasbih inda lugatil Arabi. At-tasbih bimana at-tanzih, ya kan? Tanzih itu pensucian. Ada tanzih kudusi, ada tanzih subuhi. Itu dalam literatur spiritual itu kan. Jadi mensucikan. Hai bertasbih, subhanallah, subhanallah, itu bukan bertasbih, itu menyebutkan kata-kata tasbih. Bertasbih itu kita mensucikan Allah. Ya. Ada 2 cara mensucikan Allah. Bagaimana mensucikan Allah bahwa memang laisa kamitslihi syai', Allah itu serba istimewa tuh. Maha istimewa bahkan. Nah itu tanzih subuhi. Wah hebat Allah, maha hebat Allah. Itu tanzih subuhi. Tapi ada lagi tanzih kudusi di atasnya itu. Sehebat apapun definisi kita tentang Allah, jauh lebih hebat itu. Ya. Itulah yang disebut dengan tanzih kudusi. Subhanallah amma yasifun. Maha suci Allah daripada apa yang Anda bayangkan. Sehebat apapun Allah menurut pikirannya, enggak ada artinya apa-apa dibanding kemahahebatannya Allah yang tak terdefinisikan. Itu namanya tanzih kudusi. Kita hanya kata Jalaluddin Rumi, we are only the glasses. Kita hanya satu gelas. Apakah gelas itu bisa menampung samudra? Jadi sehebat apapun mendefinisikan kebaikan Tuhan, Anda hanya sebuah cangkir, sedangkan laut yang Anda akan definisikan itu tidak mungkin didefinisikan oleh cangkir. Itu namanya tanzih kudusi. Bagaimana caranya bertasbih? Tidak mungkin orang bertasbih tanpa emosi. Kalau segala sesuatu itu bertasbih, maka segala sesuatu itu punya emosi. Podium ini punya emosi kan? Menangis ketika digantikan oleh Rasulullah. Kalau percaya hadis, kalau nggak percaya hadis nggak tahu. Kalau percaya Quran, kalau tidak percaya Quran ya nggak tahu juga. Quran mengatakan tidak ada yang tidak bertasbih. Semuanya bertasbih. Tidak mungkin orang bertasbih tanpa emosi. Logikanya segala sesuatu itu punya emosi. Ya. Jauhar itu punya emosi loh. Kalau jauharnya punya emosi, aratnya pun juga pasti punya emosi. Hanya kita ya tertutup. Ya. Laqad kunta fi ghaflatin min hadza. Kita ghafil. Ghafil itu apa artinya? Ghafil. Enggak ada bahasa Indonesianya ghafil itu. Mas Komar ya. Ghafil itu bahasa Jawanya itu enggak ngeh gitu ya. Enak tuh bahasa Jawa itu. Jadi mahasiswa semua harus bahasa Jawa juga baru pulang ke negerinya itu. Ya. Contohnya, saya akan melihat secara holistik global di sini. Ya. Itu ghafil. Tapi begitu saya perhatikan ada Mas Komar di sini. Guru kita di sini, Pak Komar. Oh, ada Pak Komar. Nah, itu mukasyafah di situ. Jadi mukasyafah itu kita ngeh. Lawan dari mukasyafah itu adalah ghafil. Ya. Kita tuh ghafil. Saya lihat di sini banyak sekali kostumnya kan. Ada jilbabnya, ada batiknya, ada baju putihnya. Ya. Tapi kita ghafil di sini. Kalau kita lihat, ternyata yang saya lihat ini adalah kapas. Ketika kita fokus pakaian, tenggelam apa itu kapas? Kita kan di sini pakai kapas kan. Kapas dipintal jadi benang, benang ditenun menjadi kain, kain digunting, ada yang jadi jilbab, ada batik, ada baju. Pernah nggak kita perhatikan kapas? Hilang kapasnya itu. Kita ghafil terhadap kapas, tetapi mukasyafah terhadap baju. Iya kan? Alam ini siapa? Ma ma'nal alam? Inda lugatil Arabi. Al-alam yakni ma yu'lamu bihi syai'. Ya kan? Alam ialah sesuatu yang menyebabkan kita bisa mengetahui sesuatu. Seakar kata dengan alimah, al-ulama, al-alama, al-alim. Alam. Alam itu artinya apa? Seakar kata dengan alamat. Di mana ada alamat, pasti ada yang beralamat di situ kan. Siapa yang beralamat di balik alam ini sangat teologis kan. Nah ini nanti kaitannya dengan lingkungan hidup nih. Ulama tasawuf, di mana ada alam, di situ ada Tuhan. Tapi filsafat, teologi, termasuk fikih, di mana ada alam, di situ pasti tidak ada Tuhan. Karena tidak mungkin al-khaliq wal makhluk sama posisinya tempat tinggalnya. Alam Allah itu bersemayam di arasy di sana. Kita mah makhluknya di bawah. Itu filsafat, teologi dan fikih. Jadi di mana ada alam di situ tidak ada Tuhan, Tuhannya di atas. Ya. Tapi kalau tasawuf khususnya Ibnu Arabi ya kan, di mana ada alam, di situ ada tanda, di situ ada yang beralamat. Siapa di balik alam ini? Ya dia. Sanurihim ayatina fil afaq. Bahkan apalagi ayatnya itu. Fa inama tuwallu fatamma wajhullah. Kemanapun kalian menghadap ke mukamu, engkau akan menjumpai wajah Tuhan. Jadi siapa ini panggung ini sebetulnya kita lihat? Ya. Kata siapa? Oh, Demokritos ini bukan podium. Ini atom. Ya. Tapi ada yang bantah, ada lebih kecil dari atom, proton misalnya. Thales, proton ada lebih halus lagi, yaitu water. Anaximandes mengatakan, enggak, lebih halus daripada water itu adalah uap. Nah kalau uap itu menguapkan, nothing, hilang semuanya kan. Innalillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. Jadi kita itu ghafil. Makanya itu Tuhan di mana, makhluknya di mana. Dalam ilmu tasawuf yang kita pahami bersama saya kira ya, tidak memperkenalkan istilah khalik makhluk. Tapi al-haq ya, wal khalq. Al-haq itu adalah the real one yang ada hanya satu. Ya. Karena kalau ini semuanya kita urut semuanya ya. Jadi ini buku hijau. Siapa yang tampil dalam bentuk buku hijau ini? Adalah buku ya kan. Buku hijau itu adalah partikelnya, juz'iyahnya dalam ilmu mantik kan. Tapi generiknya apa? Itu adalah buku. Duluan mana buku atau buku hijau? Mana yang lebih duluan? Buku hijau atau buku? Tidak mungkin bisa kita memahami buku hijau tanpa memahami buku itu sendiri kan. Ya. Apa dan siapa itu buku? Ya. Ini nanti paralel man arafa nafsahu faqad arafa rabbahu. Ya, di situ kan dikatakan man arfa fi'il madhi kan di situ. Bukan mayya'rifu nafsahu. Jadi man arafa nafsahu, barang siapa yang memahami dirinya, maka dia pasti memahami Tuhannya. Jadi duluan mana kita faham diri kita atau Tuhan? Nah kita kan ghafil, yang kita hafal, yang kita pahami adalah juz'iyahnya. Tetapi sang hakikatnya, jauharnya itu kita nggak paham. Nah disinilah bedanya antara tasawuf dengan filsafat melihat lingkungan alam ini. Alam semesta dalam pandangan tasawuf itu adalah terjalinya Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Selama kita hanya melihat pohon itu pohon, maka kita ghafil. Tapi kalau kita mampu melihat pohon itu adalah wajah Allah, maka itu kita mukasyafah. Maka itu konsep kiamat itu juga, kiamat dalam pandangan fikih teologi itu hancur total. Dalam pandangan tasawuf enggak ada yang hancur kok. Yang hancur itu pikiran kita tentang pohon, pikiran kita tentang langit. Enggak ada semacam apa itu ya, blender. Alam semesta itu di blender jadi hancur semua, baru menguap, habis. Itu kiamat. Dalam pandangan tasawuf enggak ada yang di blender tuh. Panggung ada, mic ada, orang ada. Tapi pikiran kita tentang podium, pikiran kita tentang pohon, itu yang hancur. Ya, aku tidak melihat kecuali hanya Allah. Jadi selama kita melihat ini banyak, berarti kita ghafil. Kalau kita melihat semuanya ini hanya satu, the only one, maka itu baru kita mukasyafah. Jadi the one in the many and the many in the oneness. Selama kita melihat banyak, berarti kita masih di bawah. Kalau kita naik ke atas, maka itu ta'alilah kalimatin sawa. Bahasa Arab itu kan dari kata al itu terjemahannya banyak sekali. Bahasa Indonesia kita itu termasuk bahasa Inggris juga banyak yang keliru menerjemahkan Al-Quran. Kalau ta'al itu kan Apa bahasa Indonesianya itu? Kemarilah, itu kan horizontal. Ta'al itu kan naik ke atas. Naik ke atas ini pasti akan satu. Common platformnya di atas ini nih. Kalau hanya kemarilah begini masih ada potensi berpecah. Jadi ta'al naik ke atas pasti akan satu kan. Kalau hanya ke samping horizontal nggak mungkin bisa menjadi satu. Ya. Jadi bahasa Indonesia terjemahan itu juga banyak sekali kelemahannya. Nah, Kementerian Agama, saya Menteri Agama tapi berani ngeritik di sini nih. Ya, ini panggung akademiknya. Contoh Iqra, bacalah. Ya. Kok kenapa fi'il amar? Tidak ada kitab suci yang diawali dengan fi'il amar. Baru tidak ada maf'ulnya kan? Apa kata usul fikih? Suatu fi'il amar tanpa maf'ul itu fi'il am. Jadi kita disuruh baca apapun juga ya. Jadi Iqra itu seakar kata dengan istiqra. Qara'ah. Qara'ah Qur'an. Jadi semantiknya Qur'an. Apa maksudnya Qur'an? Ma mana Al-Qur'an? Qur'an bimana al-jam. Jadi gedung ini juga adalah Qur'an. Karena menghimpun batu merah, pasir, kali, besi, atap, jadilah satu gedung. Ini juga Qur'an. Ada Qur'an berarti kan himpunan. Qur'an himpunan. Manusia itu menghimpun ya semua alam yang ada dalam jagat raya ini. Ada alam malakutnya, ada alam mulknya, ya kan? Ada manusianya, ada tanahnya kan. Jadi manusia ini adalah miniatur alam semesta. Berarti Al-Qur'an juga. Nah, Iqra bukan baca Qur'an kitabiah, tetapi Qur'an for all juga ini. Ya. Pertanyaan kita adalah bagaimana membacanya? Iqra bismi rabbik. Kenapa Tuhan tidak mengatakan bismi rabbik Iqra? Itu kan balaghahnya lebih bagus tuh. Tapi Iqra dulu baru bismi rabbik. Jadi pendekatannya induktif dulu baru kualitatif. Baru deduktif. Nah, selama ini kan pendekatannya sangat deduktif, sangat kualitatif. Nah, kalau pendekatan kita deduktif kualitatif itu kita akan ditinggalkan zaman, kita akan ditinggalkan pasar. Pasar kan serba statistik nih. Jadi Iqra itu kan pendekatan kuantitatif. Jadi seolah-olah kita diminta untuk membaca keadaan ini dengan pendekatan kuantitatif induktif. Nah, sementara ulama kita lebih fokusnya melakukan pendekatan deduktif kualitatif. Padahal kata Quran, Iqra bismi rabbik, bukan bismi rabbik Iqra. Nah, jadi bukan salah Quran, kita yang salah. Terlalu deduktif kualitatif menafsirkan, memahami Al-Quran. Pokoknya semua asal ayatnya mengatakan begini, nggak usah dirubah-rubah. Padahal pasar sekarang ini menghendaki harus pendekatannya serba kuantitatif. Itu tidak salah tuh. Quran juga memerintahkan kita harus seperti itu. Nah, jadi kaitannya lagi dengan alam. Nah, kalau kita menghayati Al-Quran, benar-benar alam ini adalah partner kita. Istilahnya di sini adalah apa tadi istilahnya itu? Ya, partner, teman. Ya. Jadi teman-teman semua, kita lihat bagaimana alam ini diciptakan. Saya loncat-loncat ini, maaf nih. Di dalam Al-Quran, Tuhan digambarkan tidak usah repot-repot menciptakan alam semesta ini satu persatu. Cukup menciptakan kalam. Nun wal kalam wa ma yasrun. Ya, ini menarik ini satu tafsir Ibnu Arabi juga. Ibnu Ajibah juga ada itu. Nun itu adalah apa itu? Nun itu wal kalam. Kayak botol tinta itu. Dulu kan orang menulis itu pakai botol tuh. Nun itu botolnya. Kalam itu penanya. Wa ma yasrun kertasnya. Jadi ada perkawinan antara pena dengan kertas, lahirlah alam ini. Maka itu Ibnu Arabi itu memperkenalkan ada 7 konsep perkawinan. Ada perkawinan Asmaul Husna, ada feminin maskulin, ada perkawinan, termasuk juga perkawinan mikrokosmos itu. Ya, jadi teman-teman. Nah, Nun menarik apa yang ditulis oleh mungkin pernah baca ya. René Guénon itu ya. A Symbol of Sacred Sciences. Jadi titik pertama itu nun, ini terestrialnya, terestrial apa itu ya? Dunia bawah, tapi celestialnya yang menutup begini. Jadi ada bentuk O. Jadi maskulinnya di atas, yang femininnya di bawah, dan itu nanti terbelah. Nun inilah nanti menjadi faktor hadirnya alam semesta. Bagus sekali pembahasan the secret symbol ini. Lalu nun itu juga nanti kita lihat, Tuhan tidak perlu menciptakan satu persatu. Pena inilah yang akan terus menulis. Jadi setiap kejadian tidak jatuh sehelai daun, melainkan itu tercatat di Lauhul Mahfuz. Berarti kalam Tuhan ini selalu bergerak untuk menciptakan segala sesuatu yang berikutnya. Nah, jadi membaca nun dan nun wal qalam wa mastur itu kaitannya dengan asal-usul penciptaan alam. Nah, sekarang terakhir saya ingin menyampaikan sesuatu yang sangat bagus ya di dalam pendekatan kita sekarang terhadap alam. Nah, kalau menggunakan pendekatan tradisional otak kiri, ya, maka kita akan lebih bersahabat dengan alam. Alam ini nanti akan membuka rahasianya kepada kita tanpa harus melakukan menghadirkan IT. Coba kita lihat ada 27 orang Muslim scholars pada masanya itu kan. Jabir bin Hayyan, dia adalah the father of chemistry tapi tanpa laboratorium. Bagaimana mungkin bisa menjadi bapaknya ilmu kimia, tidak ada alat laboratoriumnya. Laboratoriumnya apa? Sajadah tengah malam. Ya. Nakal. Tapi kok bisa menangis? Ya. Pagi-pagi. Loh kok hati yang keras bisa hancur? Itu muncullah bukunya Alkimia. Dia ambil batu, batu ini pun juga bisa menjadi kinclong kalau dibelah diasah. Diasah batu itu juga kinclong. Ini ada logam, ya. Kemudian dibentuk, akhirnya jadi logam mulia. Lahirlah buku keduanya kan, kimia. Jadi alkimia itu sifatnya spiritual, kimia itu adalah sifatnya fisik. Dan sejarahnya Jabir bin Hayyan, laboratoriumnya itu dibuat setelah mereka itu sudah ahli tentang kimia. Jadi laboratorium itu hanya konfirmasi, bukan informasi. Informasinya adalah ilmu laduni. Kita lihat misalnya Al-Khwarizmi, the father of the math itu. Ya. Dialah apa? Kita lihat sejarahnya juga. Inspirasi cerdas di malam harinya juga muncul. Dilihat bintang kok sedikit tapi makin diperhatikan makin banyak. Ya. Tidak mungkin ada 1000 tanpa ada angka 1, tidak mungkin ada 1.000.000 tanpa angka 1. Jadi siapa yang 1000 itu, yang satu itu. Siapa yang 1000 itu, yang satu itu. Siapa istiqlal itu, satu istiqlal. Tapi ornamen yang menghadirkan istiqlal itu ribuan entitasnya. Jadi yang satu itu, yang banyak itu, yang banyak itu, yang satu itu. Ya. Al-Qatar fil wahdah, wal wahdah fil kasrah. Nah, kalau kita menyaksikan dengan cara pandang seperti ini, pasti lingkungan hidup kita ini, kita tidak akan mungkin perlakukan seperti apa adanya sekarang, bakar. Matilah ekosistem di situ itu kan. Matilah semuanya di situ itu. Tapi kalau kita menganggap alam ini adalah saudara kita, ya, maka pasti kita akan sayangi alam itu. Inilah yang diperkenalkan oleh The Secret Nature di sini. Bahkan di sini ada 2 buku yang dikutip mengajak dunia barat itu supaya kembali kepada alam pemikiran tradisional. Jangan melulu menggunakan otak kanan, alam ini akan hancur dalam waktu singkat. Kita diajak untuk menggunakan otak kiri supaya alam ini bisa lestari. Nah, inilah kesimpulan dari buku ini. Saya baru baca kemarin. Nah, dan kita lihat apa rekomendasi saya pada kesempatan ini. Ada Pak Rektor, ada Pak Umar ya. Bisa nggak kita memperkenalkan sebuah epistemologi khusus di UIII ini? Kalau kita akan menciptakan UIII tapi tidak punya distingsi dengan universitas yang lain, tidak punya distingsi dari segi ontologi, tidak punya distingsi dari segi epistemologi, ya tidak banyak artinya kita menciptakan suatu UIII ini. UIII itu harus punya visi ke depan dan visi itu harus dibentuk. Bagaimana pendekatannya terhadap ontologi, epistemologi, dan mungkin juga pada akhirnya adalah aksiologi. Nah, saya tawarkan mungkin nggak kita menggunakan epistemologi kombinasi apa yang direkomendasikan oleh Armstrong di sini bahwa kita kembali kepada tradisi Islam. Surah Al-Kahfi ayat 60 sampai 82 itu kan menjadi basic daripada epistemologi laduni itu. Ya. Coba saudara-saudara kalau besok memperselesaikan disertasinya, dari mana Anda dapat informasi ini? Saya mimpi tadi malam. Pasti nggak lulus tuh. Nah, karena kita menganggap mimpi itu nggak ada tempatnya dalam epistemologi kan. Padahal dalam Al-Quran itu ada 5 macam mimpi loh. Ada mimpi dalam pengertian al-hilm. Ya betagul hilm itu mimpi bahasa itu al-hilm. Ada mimpi dalam arti manamat. Inni ara fil manami anni azbuka fantur madza tara. Qala if'al tu'mar sajudi insyaallah minas sabirin. Ya. Ada mimpi dalam pengertian ru'ya. Apa ayatnya misalnya? Inni ra'aitu ahada asyara kawkaban wasyamsa wal qamar ra'aituhum li sajidin. Qala la taqsusir ru'yaka. Jangan kisahkan mimpimu. Jadi mimpi itu kita berada pada suasana theta. Beta itu kan 25 per second. Alpha itu 12 per second. Theta itu 3 per second. Jadi wahyu itu turun pada saat kita berada pada suasana theta itu. Ilham itu turun di situ itu lebih banyak. Maka itu mantalabal ula syarul layali. Ya kan? Siapa yang ingin mendapatkan ketinggian, banyaklah begadang di malam hari. Iya kan? Wa minal laili fatahajjad bihi nafilatan lak. Asa yab'ataka rabbuka maqama mahmuda. Jadi kalau kamu begadang di malam hari, dari sunnah maqama mahmuda. Jadi epistemologi Islam itu bukan hanya deduksi akal, tapi juga ada mimpi di situ. Ya. Ada mimpi dalam pengertian mukasyafah, ada mimpi dalam pengertian waqi'iyah. Ada surah Al-Waqi'ah kan? Ada mimpi dalam pengertian mukasyafah. Jadi 5 macam mimpi dalam Quran. Kalau kita menolak mimpi berarti gugur hukumnya menyembelih korban. Itu dasarnya adalah mimpi. Nah, ada impersonal teacher. Ini menarik ini apa yang disampaikan oleh Ibnu Arabi. Alangkah miskinnya seseorang itu kalau gurunya hanya orang hidup. Roh tidak pernah mati. Rasulullah masih hidup. Coba kalau yang ngerti bahasa Arab, semua penggambaran Rasulullah Muhammad SAW itu menggunakan fi'il mudhari. Kama arsalna fikum rasulan minkum yatslu alaikum, itu fi'il mudhari itu. Wa yuzakkikum fi'il mudhari. Wa yu'allimukum kitaba wal hikmah. Bahkan wa yu'allimukum ma lam takulum ta'lam. Itu kan lain lam, lain la ya kan. Kalau lam itu unknowable. Kalau la itu unknown. Jadi yang unknowable pun juga bisa kita ketahui kalau kita menggunakan epistemologi laduni. Tapi ini kita kubur seolah-olah nggak ada tempatnya. Ya, bukan saya mengajak untuk kembali ke dunia mistik, tapi justru dunia barat sekarang ini sudah mulai cenderung untuk memperhatikan persoalan-persoalan lingkungan hidup. Nah, inilah yang kita kenal sekarang ini ada herbal dan seterusnya. Jadi pendekatan-pendekatan kembali ke alam, bersahabat dengan alam, inilah yang direkomendasikan oleh Armstrong dalam buku terakhir ini. Saya nggak tahu kenapa ini saya tertarik membaca buku ini, karena dia mengutip dasar-dasar akademik yang sangat, hemat saya sangat luar biasa. Inilah sedikit pengantar, ya, mari PR buat kita semuanya, menciptakan distingsi apa untuk UIII ini, yang tidak ada di tempat lain. Nah, saya kira meeting point yang paling bagus untuk menjembatani ini adalah ada hadis, ada ayat, wa idh qala Musa li fatahu la abrahu hatta ablugha majma'al bahrain. Nabi Musa mengatakan kepada asistennya, anggaplah Musa itu profesor. Saya tidak akan pernah berhenti mencari ilmu pengetahuan sampai menjumpai 2 lautan. Yang menarik ada tafsir Ar-Razi. Apa yang dimaksud Majma'al Bahrain ini? Majma'al Bahrain itu adalah epistemologi keilmuan timur dan barat. Hampir semua filosof itu lahir di barat. Ya, Plato, Thales, Socrates, Anaximenes, Demokritos dan sebagainya kan. Tapi tidak ada agama besar lahir di barat. Semua agama itu lahir di timur. Itu kan wilayah coupling geo-intelektual timur itu sangat otak kiri. Sedangkan geo-intelektualnya barat itu sangat otak kanan. Nah, walillahil maghrib, walillahil masyriq wal maghrib, fa aina ma tuwallu fatamma wajhullah. Jadi konsekuensinya adalah kita harus menggabungkan 2 epistemologi. Itu yang disebut dengan Ar-Razi, epistemologi barat dan epistemologi timur. Barat itu epistemologinya Iqra, dan timur itu epistemologinya Bismi Rabbik. Jadi Iqra tanpa Bismi Rabbik itu akan melahirkan monster. Tapi Bismi Rabbik tanpa Iqra itu juga agak mungkin. Ya, maka itu Iqra Bismi Rabbik ini, baca bukunya Profesor Hull, History of Philosophy of Sciences, sejarah filsafat dan ilmu pengetahuan. Setiap 6 abad itu terjadi pergumulan antara sains dan religion itu kan. Jadi 6 sebelum Masehi sampai 1 Masehi abadnya filsafat. 1 sampai 6 Masehi abadnya agama, quote and quote, tapi dibawa koordinasi dari kaisar dan raja. Tapi abad ke-6 sampai ke-13 kata Profesor Hull itu berkombinasi, berkolaborasi antara Iqra dan Bismi Rabbik, ya, berkolaborasi antara filsafat dan agama. Ternyata ditemukan bahwa the golden age of Islam itu muncul pada abad ke-6 sampai abad ke-13. Disitulah perjumpaan antara Majmal Bahrain. Jadi kalau kita ingin menciptakan sesuatu yang baru, mari kita menggunakan kecerdasan batin kita, ya, seperti yang pernah dilakukan oleh para pendahulu kita. Not only menggunakan brain kita ini kan, brain itu kan punya keterbatasan. Wa ma utitu minal ilmi illa qalil, tapi kalau di sini yu'til hikmata may yasha, wa may yu'til hikmata faqad utiya khairan katsira. Jadi terserah mana kita menggunakan. Nah, kalau bisa UII menciptakan suatu, saya nggak tahu seperti apa body of knowledge-nya itu nanti, jenis namanya pun juga saya nggak tahu. Bagaimana mengintrodusir bahwa alam ini bisa kita ajak membuka dirinya sendiri. Alam ini tidak usah menggunakan teknologi canggih, ramalan cuaca nggak ada hujan, tapi dibohongi kita malah banjir. Iya kan? Tapi kalau orang tua kita dulu nggak pernah dibohongi oleh alam, karena ada upacara penghormatannya terhadap alam, itu bukan menyembah alam. Nah, inilah Bapak Ibu sekalian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And our utmost appreciation goes to the Minister of Religious Affairs of Indonesia, Professor Nasaruddin Umar. Before the Minister leaves, we'd like him to take a picture with the audience, and to the UIII media team, please proceed to take documentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. To all guests, please remain standing as the Minister of Religious Affairs exits the premises. Thank you. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This brings us to a short break. To all attendees, you may proceed to help yourself with the snacks provided by the committee. We highly encourage you to return to this venue within 10 minutes, as we'll continue to enter the second session, which is the workshop hosted by the Faculty of Islamic Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the workshop at 10:30. So you have about 20 minutes for the coffee break right outside of this venue. Thank you.
Cik, cik, cik. Check, check, check sound. MC, check on MC. Check, 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 check. Sound, check sound, check sound, check sound, check. Cek. Cek. Cek 1. C 1. Cek 1. C cek. C cek 1. Cek.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. A final reminder to all guests to fill in the empty seat in front of you so that the venue is seen more compact. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the workshop Faith and Environment, Pragmatism, Piety, and Ethics. So I'd like to use this opportunity to pass the mic to Dr. Haula Noor, who will introduce you to the speakers and host the session. To Bu Haula, the stage is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone for returning to this venue. Welcome again to this workshop on faith and environment, pragmatism, piety, and ethics. Unfortunately, rectors, dean, and also, well, I have my heads of programs here, but some of the heads of the programs are with the officials now for having like really important meetings, I believe. So good morning and good to see you all here. Thank you to all audience and especially speakers, Professor Gade, Professor Iim, Professor Michiel, sorry if I'm mistaken pronouncing your name, and Professor Arya as well. And thank you to all students for being here. So my name is Haula Nur. I am the co-director of Center of Islam and Global Challenge at the Faculty of Islamic Studies here at UIII. Okay, so I think I'm still hearing some voices upstairs. So are you with me now? Okay, that's good. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about IGC. Some of you might new to this center. So basically this center established with the aim of fostering cutting-edge research between Islam and global issues. You know that since 9/11, Islam has been seen as a problem to be, discussed, analyzed, everything you name it. But however, in this center, we have kind of like a different spirit. We want to put Islam as part of the solution to inspire other research and then return to Islam. Okay, so Islam is not merely about problem caused, something that caused the problem, but also inspire a solution. So today's topic about faith and environment, I think is really relevant to this center. So that's why we are honored to have our all distinguished speakers. We have Professor Gade, we have Professor Halimatussa'diyah, Professor Arya Nakissa, and also Professor Michiel. And I should invite our dean to deliver the speech, but unfortunately he's not here. So I think I'm going to directly invite Wietske as our moderator today. So Wietske is our fellow at the IGC. Wietske, so in UIII, so her interest is on the issue of Islamic nutritional ethics, right? And nutrition ethics, and also the global food crisis. I think it's really relevant to also to today's topic. So Wietske, the time is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Please all take a seat, get comfortable, because we're about to start a very interesting program. And of course, many of these speakers here today, they're your professors. So this is an opportunity for you to ask questions to your professors, to see how your professors present. Instead of you being the one who is judged by your professors, perhaps this is the time where you can ask critical questions, where you can observe and learn from these scholars who are very dear to our hearts. So we have a very lovely panel of speakers today, and I'm very excited to just get on with this exciting program and to ask them to come forward. So I would like to invite Professor Gade to come, Professor Halimatussa'diyah, Professor Michiel Schaeffer, and Professor Arya Nakissa to come forward, please, and take a seat. Okay, so I will introduce the speakers to you every time just before they come up to speak to you, just so their bios are fresh in your memory. And the first speaker I would love to call forward is Professor Gade. So just a little bit of information about Professor Gade. So Professor Gade is the Viola's Distinguished Achievement Professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Her permanent appointment is in the Nelson Institute for Environmental Studies, named for Wisconsin Senator Gaylord Nelson, the founder of Earth Day. She holds a PhD in the history of religions from the University of Chicago, specializing in Islamic studies. She has been teaching and researching in Indonesia and Southeast Asia for 30 years now. Her first books were on the Quran, drawing on anthropological work first based at UIII Al-Wadin in Makassar, South Sulawesi, in the 1990s. That book, Perfection Makes Practice, has since become a cornerstone of academic work in living Quran across Indonesia, such as on UIII campuses. After learning the Khmer language and conducting research on revitalization and recovery of Cham Muslim experiences in Cambodia and Malaysia, Professor Gade returned to Indonesia for material for her world-renowned and highly influential book, Muslim Environmentalisms, which was published by Columbia University Press in 2019. Does everyone here know the book, Muslim Environmentalisms? Raise your hand if you've read it before. Okay, well, it's in the library right here, so there's no excuse for you all not to read it over the break that's coming up. Okay, Muslim Environmentalisms. In addition to this, she has had numerous articles in fields of religious studies and environmental humanities and ethics. UIII is proud to sponsor her this year as a visiting professor, where she has been teaching climate change ethics in the MPP program in climate change in the Faculty of Social Sciences and traveling nationally and internationally to speak on issues of climate, environment, and sustainability in the Global South. I'd like to welcome Professor Anna Gade. Give her a round of applause.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Thank you for that generous introduction, Wietske, distinguished guests, university and program leadership, lecturers, professors, staff, students, and friends. I want to offer my deepest thanks to the Rectorate, the Department of Islamic Studies, and the IGC program here for this honor to present today on the occasion of the Minister of Religion's visit to campus of IIIU. I'm thrilled genuinely to be on this workshop panel today with brilliant colleagues to consider this critical topic, and inshallah our discussion will have benefit not just for our own sake, but also for the sake of others and for those yet to come. Ameen. Okay. So I was telling the first year students in the Islamic Studies class just the other day that when I started to write this book about 20 years ago in Cambodia, it was because I really couldn't find anything else to use for Islam and environment. And I needed to explain Cham Muslims, Islamic studies, and Quranic education, and fish, resource management, and I just couldn't find anything. So it's kind of a funny irony. It's like somebody had to do it, and I'm still surprised and humbled that it was me. Over the decades, I was also writing this book as an invitation for you, for others, to do the same. Even now, since the book came out in 2019, a lot has changed here and elsewhere, and now this field of, let's call it Islam and environment, is really taking off. Yesterday, I read the new publication from Piety, which was amazing, with the information and surprises that it held about Muslim society and environmental understanding. I can't wait to hear about it, mashallah. So I'm going to try to keep this really to the 15 minutes that I'm allotted, because I want to hear from other speakers about this cutting-edge research. And so I'm not really going to explain anything that's happening in Indonesia now or anywhere else as some kind of outside expert. Except to say that the growth of this new academic field is amazing. The creativity is an opportunity and also a challenge, I think, as now we seek to come to grips with a more mature area, a more mature field of study, the topic of this workshop, and what are its cogent issues, its frameworks, and its authorities. So, seeing how, especially how the book has been received here and elsewhere, I think some reflections on frameworks, looking forward, is maybe what I can best provide to you today in my short time. So here's what I'm going to try to do. Today I'm going to offer 3 themes for Islamic environmentalism. The first framework is just Islamic studies, material you know. And a lot of it, which I had to figure out for the book in some new ways as well. The second moves beyond just connecting Islam to environment, more toward considering frameworks and emerging themes in environmental advocacy, like what non-Muslims are talking about, what's happening in the field of environmental studies and sustainability. And then the third framework, which is really my emphasis today, represents a need to deepen our understandings from environmental studies. But first, I think maybe I can help bring things up to speed a little on what's been happening over the last few decades in the field known as religion and ecology, and just give you a sense of why I think this field matters to everyone, including those who are, say, scientists or don't have a religious perspective on these matters. Religious studies is relevant to secular studies like social studies, like FOSS, where my appointment is right now, because in environmental studies, often the environment is framed as a set of problems to solve. Commonly, the core problem is said to be a moral one, even among scientists when you talk to them. I found this to be true in Asia as much as in America, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. Furthermore, the messages of environmentalism, and some of them are 50 years old, present an environmental crisis like it's a precipice of the Anthropocene, like you're at the edge of a volcano, of this catastrophe that's about to happen, offering only a plea for sentimental hope against a scale of power and meaninglessness. In my perspective, this is an old-fashioned modern anxiety from which there are few ways forward, hence the concern about hope and despair. Going beyond hope, as it were, a religious approach can address this with a language of relations of consequence. Hablun min Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is a register of ultimate consequential relations that even secular environmentalisms, I think, also need to use for matters like climate, even if one doesn't affirm any particular faith commitment like Islam. Finally, religious registers as symbolic expressions can communicate the unsayable and the unsaid, as the minister just conveyed to us so eloquently. It talks about the certain but the unknown. Symbols, whether art, religion, science, ilmu laduni, or in Freud's very own dreams or those of Sufis, say things that can't be spoken any other way. So that's one reason to talk about religion. Here's another. A second answer to the question, why religion, that you all can give to secular folks when they ask about it is this. Meaningful religious systems are community-based. Hablum min an-nas. Anglophone or English-speaking environmental ethics also happens to have an emphasis on community as the basis for ethics, like from my own state, Aldo Leopold's land ethic. Now, these both contrast with the European philosophical ethical tradition and maybe some of the Islamic akhlaq tradition, which holds ethics generally to be a matter of private or individual morality. Spaces is in groups here. In the field of religion and environment, the communal dimension is critical for mobilization. And as it turns out, both religious and non-religious actors like international agencies have sought to engage religious communities. Okay, this is a little more academic. I'm going to move through it quickly, but I just want to say there have been some changes to the field of religion and ecology since I first taught a course back at UIII in 2010. There had already been criticism of the world religions model that had long shaped the field and underlying assumptions within it about representation. One of the reasons for casting the study in terms of Muslim environmentalisms in my own work, rather than Islamic environmentalism, was to counter this kind of essentialism. In my own work, I've also tried to show that all varieties of Muslim environmentalism are valid, whether they are, on the one hand, attempts to extract teachings and practices from faith communities in order to apply, leverage, operationalize, or instrumentalize them for the sake of environmental ends, an approach that's open to criticism, but it's valid. Or on the other, whether these are approaches conveyed sincerely by religious actors, like we just heard this morning, turning to environmental engagement to realize pious goals. I think these all co-circulate. I think they overlap, and none is more authentic or more Islamic than another. So this perspective means that there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of material to sort through, and I think it means there's all the more reason to seek some frameworks to understand and engage what's happening in regard to all the varieties of Islamic environmentalisms. So let's get to work. Here's framework one, a pretty straight Islamic studies approach, and for this group it's probably intuitive. It's what I used in the book, community-based work and outreach with a side of anti-Orientalism, then Quran, law, and practice with some eco-Sufism, like you just heard about this morning. For each of those, there's a theory and a practice with some unexpected findings from the perspective of how Islam had previously been presented in Islam and ecology. For example, an emphasis on apocalypticism, eschatology, al-akhirah, here in Indonesia that isn't really talked about in English language scholarship. I just want to give you a couple of examples for those of you who are new to this field. These are going to be well known, I think, to many in the room. One area is contemporary Muslim eco-theology, again, a topic of our discussion earlier this morning, where, for example, the idea of stewardship, khalifa, is a foundational normative concept, differs a little bit from the understanding of dominion in the Hebrew Bible's book of Genesis. Furthermore, many contemporary Islamic eco-theologians think about the relationship of this word to al-ard, the earth in the Quran. They often appear conjoint or close to each other in the text, along with other ideas like here, the notion that life is a test. And elsewhere, of course, other leaders in this area, like the Egyptian Yusuf Qaradawi, has already used this idea in his analysis of environmental degradation in terms of fasad fil ard, another key to Islamic legal reasonings. I don't want to talk too much about eco-theology, but it might be interesting to some, so I just want to mention also that in general, these approaches tend to be a challenge to anthropocentrism, which has been seen as being the primary ethical question in the English language, at least in European philosophy of nature and the environment. This is because they tend to shift cosmology from a man and nature model to the more Quranic transcendent divide between creation, like makhluk, including humans on the one side, and then the creator on the other. So an example is scholars like Sara Tlili taking this approach. This verse from Surah An-Nur is an example, and it reminds me also of the minister's thoughts this morning on how nature is a model for the worship of the divine. Another variety of Islamic environmental theory and practice, in which many of you are actually engaged here in IIIU, turns not just to the ideas or the ideals of Sharia, but also the applied strategies, reasonings, and mechanisms of fiqh. Sometimes this is by way of analogy, like inferring a general principle, say for resource management, from instances, like this happens with water law. Sometimes the focus is to develop actual instruments, like green sukuk or green finance, or new extensions of mechanisms like waqf, pious endowment, so that they could apply to environmental objects like trees or forests. Increasingly, Islamic legal principles like not to do harm, principles of public good like maslahah, maqasid al-sharia, the aims of the law to uphold, which are all predicated on a life-sustaining ecosystem, right? Now appear in environmental contexts. And such discourse was front page news recently in Indonesia, even discussed right here on campus, as you probably know, with recent questions in the public sphere around religious organizations and mining concessions. I just want to mention that one area that was developed early here in Indonesia around fiqh and lingkungan and the environment has been fatwas, non-binding answers to questions, and the tigers here as a reference to the world-famous Tiger Fatwa of 2014. On the other side, Muslims have developed new modes of piety. We heard about them this morning. Examples on the slide are eco-salawat, eco-zikir. This is the Pondok Pesantren that Boeim just visited recently. And these are intended to internalize teachings, and just like the whole history of Sufism, this can have more social force than you may at first think. Now, I have a sound recording excerpt here. I want to keep to my time. It's about 1 minute. I think it's going to play if I forward the slides. So in case it does, what you're about to hear is Piety from a Pondok Pesantren in West Java, and his own eco salawat that he developed as a mobilization that went along with tree planting. So let's see if we hear it.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Dengan barokah melestarikan alam, lingkungan sehat, alam lestari.
So it's using this framework of ritual practice to insert an environmental message. The words in Bahasa Indonesia were simply let's care for the environment. And this is a pattern throughout the world, including here in Southern Asia. A well-known example is Theravadan Buddhist tree ordination, which is a similar kind of adaptation of a ritual practice, which in their case started with a seminar sponsored by the NGO WWF. Since 2010, Muslim organizations have sought to find ways to environmentalize existing social structures too, not just pious ones. Here's the example a lot of folks know with the idea of Sadaqah Sampah. This was just beginning as a program in Jogja a decade ago as a way to address both the problem of waste management and also to boost environmental awareness at the same time. And this now brings me to the second framework, which may be more interesting. What are the cutting edge and emerging issues and meanings that are circulating around environment naturally? What are the conversations that are already being had, and how can Islam potentially impact global environmentalism, secular or faith-based? Echoing the state of environmental communications overall, including my own country, America, a lot of Islamic teachings are pretty vague, aren't they? It's powerful to have a vague or ambiguous language like ramah lingkungan, whereas measures are very specific, like the mosque recycling programs that you just saw a moment ago. A different kind of framework, however, from which to consider varieties of Islamic environmentalisms and to develop them here at UIII is to look at the middle ground of emerging issues in environmental thought and practice, between the general and the specific, a kind of a logic that those of you in Islamic studies I'm sure recognize. I came up with a framework of three based on my own work in environmental studies and sustainability in the US, which were multi-species approaches that go beyond the human. Everybody's talking about that. Rights of nature, once the thought experiment of California law professors, now a popular mechanism for global advocacy. And finally, above all, environmental justice. We just call it EJ back home, which for us came out of recognizing the identity of environmental racism and environmental equality in terms of the distribution of harms or bads, environmental degradation, and realizing this is the global and colonial circulation as well in the global south. So I wrote an article about this. It's open access and a recent issue of the Muslim World, and you can read it if you want to. I'm bringing it up to mention because it's an example of how to come up for a framework for Islamic environmentalisms, and this is the direction I see a lot of you here at UIII already taking. Like, every week I meet students, grad students, like our moderator, like you sitting in the audience from FOSS, Islamic Studies and Education, and you're actually coming up with your own frameworks like this that blend themes of practical ethics with relevant, not fabricated Muslim teachings and practice. So I guess I'm going to skip over these in the interest of time. But multi-species approaches can draw from the Quran, certainly. The idea of non-human communities. I was just discussing Hadith with one of the fellows from the IGC Center. Rights of nature are sometimes seen as community-based rights because people speak for nature. And here there's rich material in Islamic law about partnerships and resource management, communal resource management. And then environmental justice is, you know, a message of the Quran against the horizon of ultimate justice. I'm happy to discuss this critical topic more in Q&A if we get to it. I want to talk, though, about the third and final framework for you today because it's something a little new. It's coming out of our work here at UIII, such as the seminar that I'm teaching in climate change ethics. It goes a step even beyond this, not only to study the faith or non-faith of our choosing, whether we follow it or not, or about how Islam intersects with the most cutting-edge areas of environmental advocacy. But really, it's about what we mean by environment. It's a new term in English and other languages. Al-Bia hasn't been around in Arabic that long with these meanings. And over the past 10 years in environmental studies, I've come to see that conservation, sustainability, and climate really function differently. They're different approaches, and each has somewhat different implications for what the minister called piety, pragmatism, and ethics. So in the remainder of my time, I'm going to go through this briefly. First, conservation. Conservation represents, among other things, settler colonial models for nature. And of course, this is a critical model in Indonesia, for example, in terms of considering biodiversity protection. Grounded in biological science and ideas of life, the area addresses ultimate matters like species extinction, ultimate concerns. Ethically and ideologically, ecological holism, like a kind of scientific realism about ecosystems, sometimes doubles as a moral language here. Like, listen for people saying statements like, all things are connected. This is this ecological language. Indigenous traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK, we sometimes call it in English, as again explained by examples by the minister this morning, speaks these truths as well. Ecology is a relatively new science and is now challenged by new questions here, like in the area of restoration ecology. What even is a natural baseline for nature to go back to before there were any humans at all? Does this make sense? The area increasingly considers human-designed habitats and how nature is practically a human making. An example in Islamic systems that's deploying this is ancient ideas actually of Hama and Harim. The latter is a protected area, usually around a water source, as many of you know. And it's happening right here in places close by, like Sukabumi. Next, there's a newer environmental model of sustainability, and this conveys differing opportunities and challenges, I think. The field presumes also the human capacity to form environmental worlds, just like with restoration ecology. In this case, by assuming that something is being sustained for someone, a more political question than it might seem at first, right? Unlike ecology, the systems that tend to matter for sustainability are human ones, whether in the present or imagined in futurity, in times to come. Just as here at UIII, the field brings together disparate concerns for fields like economy and business, engineering, development. While these aren't always compatible intellectually, they do share the same language of sustainability development goals, or SDGs, originally inspired by a bureaucratic report from 1987 by the UN called the Brundtland Report. Many Muslim problem-solving measures in Islamic environmentalism in areas like waste and pollution, as well as environmentally friendly symbolic measures like Green Hajj and Green Ramadan, are sustainability-oriented. Besides coherence, possibly sincerity, sustainability's challenge is how a list can function as an ethics or ideology, especially around what's actually a very sophisticated philosophical proposition of future generations, people who don't even exist. This is also the area in which indigenous knowledges make a serious intervention. First, in terms of environmentally friendly models, like we were learning about this morning, and second, as an epistemological decolonization of sustainability that's potentially relevant to all of the global South insofar as the disruption of a crisis, an imperialist crisis, already happened a long time ago and continues to be perpetuated unsustainably by matters like climate justice. And so finally, to complete the framework for Islamic environmentalisms, now from the viewpoint of Islamic studies, environmental studies, there's climate, an expression for environment that does naturally adopt a language of crisis. Teaching climate ethics here at UIII this semester, we've marveled, haven't we guys, at the ways in which climate ethics is unlike other approaches in environmental ethics, secular, Islamic, or otherwise. And I'm going to close this presentation by offering this to you. With its history in science and policy, close ties to extractive industry through the construct of energy, climate scale is always global, and the nature of climate and in its ethics is no analog. There's nothing like it before. Neoliberal or economic frameworks, as are used in emissions negotiations like at the COP summit, like economic externalities, now shatter under common sense moral thresholds of acceptability. There's an unthinkable future that simply can't happen here. Even more, climate requires a cogent theory of responsibility to these future generations, for which many in my class in FOSS turn to the Quran's vivid descriptions of accountability in the world to come to discuss intergenerational justice. Lord knows John Rawls, not to mention John Locke, don't give us very much. And this reminds me too of the minister's remarks this morning about turning to Quran, Hadith, and Islamic sources. So far, Islamic leaders have used their authority around climate with actions like interfaith declarations, but in my opinion, this is where moral resolve to justice and commitment to the hard facts of signs on the horizons and in ourselves of faith-based approaches will come to matter most in times to come. So I've avoided this problem solutions framework that's so common in environmental studies so far in this brief presentation. But to end, I do want to offer that I really do believe that solutions are going to come here from the global south. Contrary to the depiction of the region as passively reacting or responding to environmental and climate change, like this photo on the left of Musalla Waladuna, it's outside the Garuda Wall in North Jakarta, holding back the water, and I hear it recently lost its roof. Students here at UIII, like the image on the right, show me every day that real solutions and actions are in the works. And that's why I came here for my sabbatical. I don't regret it one bit. I'm so honored and humbled to be here. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Gade. Please give another round of applause for the presentation. And with that, I would like to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Professor Halimatussa'diyah, and she's a professor of sociology at the Department of Sociology at UIII Sharif Hidayatullah, right here in Jakarta, or not right here in Depok, but in Jakarta. She holds the position of a Deputy Director for Research at the Center for the Study of Islam and Society at UIIN Jakarta. She is also a visiting fellow in the Regional Social and Cultural Studies program at the Yusuf Ishaq Institute, where her research focuses on contemporary socio-political dynamics, particularly in Southeast Asia. She received her doctorate degree in sociology at the Iowa State University under the 2014 Fulbright Doctoral Degree PhD Scholarship. Her research interests analyze the relationship between gender, religion, ethnicity, health, and development. She has published several articles and book chapters in reputable academic journals and publications, both nationally and internationally. So this promises to be a very interesting speech. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Yep. Thank you so much for your introduction, Mariska. And thank you so much for Faculty of Islamic Studies, my colleagues, Haula, for inviting me, then all of the faculty members of Islamic Studies, all like other lecturers and also students. It's very honor for me to be here to present. So maybe my presentation will be slightly different with Anna. My presentation will be more empirical rather than theoretical or philosophical works. So it's actually my presentation will be based on a big project that we conducted in Center for Study Islam and Society. The project, we call it as Religious Environmentalism Actions. So we just finished a big national survey and also the qualitative studies on green Islam. So my presentation today will only be like a small part of our survey. So if you are interested in looking at the whole part of the survey, we already launched the report in our website. Unfortunately, I forgot to put it here as endorsement. So you could go to our center website to check the report of our survey. And also, I've also published several short articles using the analysis of the survey, responding to some contemporary issues like Islamic organization and mining, and other part of, some contemporary issue in the context of environment and religion in Indonesia. And another endorsement, because my director is over there, so I should I should give some endorsements. So our center is going to hold an international conference on July next year, on summertime. So for all the lecturers, scholar, graduate student, if you have or haven't had any research on the issues of environment and religion, you still have a time to prepare that. And we are waiting for your submission and participation in our international conference next July. You could also go to our websites to check the details of this conference. Okay, so maybe I will start with my presentations. So as you see in the beginning, the title of my presentation, so I still like questioning what the significant impact or effect of religion and religious value into the context of environment, in the context especially in Indonesia. And as a background here, I'll show you, it's a bit older data, but I think it's still relevant in the context of Indonesia, that religion still plays important role in the context of Indonesia. Like here in Indonesia, Indonesian people, more than 90% of them says that religion is very important in their lives. So how about in the context of environment? So many studies have conducted on these issues, of course, and some of them consider that religion play important role because it can be a force for collective action, social unity, and also political mobilization, including in the context of environmental activism. Like the study from Anna on Muslim environmentalism is also inspired by how the religious ethics mobilize on, encourage people to do something on the issues of environment. But then my question, I think this is very simple question, just for 15 minutes presentations, is does religion matter for Indonesian Muslim pro-environmental behaviors? So I will highlight here behavior because attitude, knowledge will be different with behavior. So I want to highlight the behavior and also their concern on climate change. That's the main question of my presentations. Okay, and this is just short overview of the theoretical framework that commonly people use in the context how to relate religions and behavior, including in the context of environment. So some of them using value, belief, norm theory, and also I want to highlight the aspect of religious values that's very close to Muslim society, the context of Jabariyah and Qadariyah, like predestinations and also free will. So how this perception will influence Muslim behavior and their concern on climate change. And this is also some literature reviews on the context of the study of religion and religiosity. The findings show some mixed findings. Some said that there is a correlation, there is association, positive association between religion and pro-environmental behavior, but other study saw the otherwise. So again, with this study, I want to testing this kind of study that have been done, mostly in the context of Western and more developed countries, but I would like to specialize in the context of Indonesian with a majority of Muslim countries. So to answer that question, actually, Center for Study Islam and Society, we held several national surveys. So in 2020, we also had a national survey, but it's not specifically asking question on environment. So with the limited space of the questionnaire, we inserted several questions on environment and religions. So I think I will try to slightly compare the findings that we had in 2020 with our recent survey in 2024. So in 2020, we held a survey with Muslim respondents, 1,214 Muslims all over Indonesia. It's nationally representative of the Indonesian Muslim society. And then in our next survey in 2024, actually we conducted we received the responses 3,397 with different religious background, but for the Muslim respondent, it's only 3,045. 45 Muslim respondents. So what I'm going to present here is only for Muslim respondents in the context of Muslim. Okay. Okay, when we talk about pro-environmental behavior, I think in literature there have been many studies done on this, and they distinguish between what's so-called as private level of environmental behavior and also in the public sphere. So the difference between our survey in 2020 and 2024, because I said it's a limited space for the questionnaire, so we only included a private level measurement of pro-environmental behavior. But in our recent survey, we include both. So my presentation is going to cover both level of public and private level of environmentalism. I don't know whether you could see here, hopefully, yeah. This is one of descriptive analysis of what behavior that mostly frequently practiced by Indonesian Muslim and the least practiced. So from the most frequently practiced, you could see here that the Indonesian Muslim tend to practice more on activities that related to something that have economic incentives. For example, like saving water, electricity means you can save your money to pay the electricity bills or water bills. So something with economic incentive will highly be practiced by Muslim in Indonesia. Or those that do not require cost, such as, reminding others, please don't throw your garbage on the street, something small and reminding no cost related activities. So those are most frequently practiced by Muslim in Indonesia. On the other hand, our survey also shows that the least practiced behavior are those that involve cost, such as donating for environmental cause, or something that need more commitments, such as participating in campaign or recycling, small thing, but you need to have a commitment to do it, right? So those are least practiced by our Muslim fellows in Indonesia. Okay. And then, okay. Now I would like to show you, this is the analysis using our survey in 2020. So I'm looking at several indicators that I said before, measures, Jabariyah and Qadariyah, predestination and free will. So something that if individual or Muslim in Indonesia have a perspective on free will, they are more likely to have a better environmentally behavior. Because like you could see here, if you see the red line, or the right side mean more, like the higher. While if you see, in this case, like the question is like whether the disaster is human, because human not protecting the nature, means the association is positive and showing that those who consider that human is the causes of the environmental disaster, they tend to be more pro-environmental behavior. They tend to be to practicing behavior that friendly to environment. On the other hand, you could see here like the predestination perspective. God punished the disasters because it's kind of God punishment for human misdeed, or something. Disaster is just natural cycles. The indication here that they tend to have a negative association, mean the level of pro-environmental behavior is lower compared to those who have a free will perspective in looking at, the causes of environment, or the causes of disaster and climate change. And this is the finding in our 2020 survey. And in 2024, with different data set, it's slightly confirmed, because I said that in 2020, our data is only asking pro-environmental behavior in the private levels, but in our recent survey, we're looking at both. So if you could see on the right side, like the climate change causes and pro-environmental behavior, you could see when it's religious determinism or predestinations, there's no significant association with pro-environmental behavior, or the tendency even negatives. It's quite, confirming the previous findings of 2020 surveys. While those who have a perspective of human determinism, or human has a free will to do something for betterment of our society, including the betterment of environment, they tend to have more higher level of pro-environmental behavior, because it's more positive in all aspects, not only the private levels, like doing some zero waste practice or behavior at your home or at your society, but also on the public sphere, like participating in campaign on environment, donating in the issues of environment. They also associated positively with these behaviors. So it seems that what we did in 2020 is confirmed and added by the recent finding in 2024. And now let's move to the context of climate change. I also want to looking at how this difference, I read an article on the context of how the Muslim perspective on climate change, the comparative between UK and Indonesia. And they mentioned that there are at least 5 perspectives dominated the perception of Muslim. First, that the climate change is caused by economic activities, including mining, plantation, and something like that. And then also the second is caused by human lifestyle. And then the third by it's God punishment. So it's like more religious determinism, and also sign of apocalypse, and also conspiracy theories. Here you could see that those who have perception that economic activities, human lifestyle, human lifestyle, they tend to know better about climate change. But those who say that it's God punishment, or it's sign of apocalypse and a conspiracy theory, it seems that the mean it's lower, mean that those who say that it's because of the apocalypse, sign of apocalypse or God punishment, so they don't really know what is climate change. So this is like a kind of homework for, if there is a government, civil society, I think lecturer as well, scholar, civil society activist. If you want to make the society understand more, you should address these types of peoples. who still consider that climate change is something, predestinations. It's God punishment and, sign of apocalypse. And looking at the variables of religion or religiosity, our survey in 2020 and 2024 confirmed the same patterns. So I put here the concept of religiosity with different dimensions, like ritual, or some people will say belonging, behaving, I forgot the term 3B, but different dimensions of religiosity. And also we added the concept of conservatism, religious conservatism and literalisms. And the finding shows that the effect of religions on pro-environmental behavior is like two different sides. One side, religion can be a very powerful aspect of values that can encourage or shape the way people behave to the environment. Like here, you could see that in the context of religiosity or on the dimension of ritual. Those who practice more on their religious rituals, they tend to have higher level of pro-environmental behavior. On the other hand, those who hold religious conservative views on how they see the context of gender, politics, with the conservative views, they tend to have a lower level of pro-environmental behaviors. So it's like the effect of religion is not singular. It could positively associated to pro-environmental behavior if they have. So what I interpret a religious ritual here is maybe it's closely related to what Pak Menteri said in the beginning. The ritual, local ritual make you closer to the society, right? And also I want to highlight the ritual here. When you're practicing your religion, you need a commitment, right? I mean, like in Islam, rather than in addition to obligatory ritual, we have some sunnah and need more commitment. So I think I would like to put this into the context of practicing or having environmental behavior. You need to have a very good commitment, strong commitment to do that. So that's why the effect, I think, how I would like to interpret the religiosity in terms of ritual in that context. And I think in the context of conservatism is also confirming various literature and in the West, how the conservatism can contribute to lower level of awareness or concern on the context of environment, including climate change. And it's also confirmed on when I put the dependent variables on climate change. So this is religion, concern, and belief on climate change on the factors of variables of religiosity, and the finding is still relatively the same. Those who practicing their religion, they have a commitment in practicing their religion. They tend to have, better concern on the climate change, and they tend to believe more on the climate change. On the other hand, those who hold conservative values, views, they tend to have a lower level of this one. The significance is only on the concern. So those who hold religious conservatism, they tend to have less concern. They don't really care about what happened with the climate change. So this is confirming with different dependent variable, pro-environmental behavior and concern and belief in climate change. So I think I would like to move to the discussion and the conclusion. So when we ask, does religion matters? Yes, religion does matter, but if its effect differs, especially for those who hold different religious values, like I mentioned before about religious conservative views, or who have different types of level of religiosity. And I also highlight before that the effect of religion has twofold effects. One hand, it's shaping environmentally friendly behavior and the concern on climate change, especially those who have commitment to practicing their religion. And on the other hand, again, the conservative view tend to have lower environmental behavior and concern on climate change. So to to sum up the final presentation, I think religious determinism, some of the literature also mentioned, the sign of apocalyptic belief might lead to fatalism. And with the fatalism, people tend to, just accept what predestination has bring them, right? So without doing anything. In the context of social movement or in the context of environmental movement, for example, some study highlight that the apocalyptic belief might lead people to be more passive. They don't want to, in the context of a policy, they don't want to urge or demand to the government to do or to formulate or enforce pro-environmental policies to the society because, this is just, apocalyptic. It's already decided by the God. So again, to conclude, I think if we want to change the way Muslim society see the environment and also see the climate change, the perspective on apocalyptics and on, predestination of a power, free wills, it's important for the futures of environmental condition in Indonesia. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Eam. And I would like to ask you all to stand up and give her another round of applause because I think we all need a bit of energy. So please stand up, have a stretch, give another round of applause. Woo! Okay, please stay standing up as I introduce our next speaker. If anyone needs to leave to use the restroom, of course, take a moment and come back because we have 2 more speakers. So maybe just have a stretch, do whatever you need to feel awake as I introduce the next speaker to you. And our next speaker is Professor Arya Nakissa. So Professor Arya Nakissa is a lecturer in the Faculty of Islamic Studies right here at our university, at UIII. He holds a joint PhD in Anthropology and Middle Eastern Studies from Harvard, a JD from Harvard Law School, and an MA in Islamic Law from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is the author of The Anthropology of Islamic Law, Education, Ethics, and Legal Interpretations at Egypt's Al-Azhar, which was published by Oxford University Press in 2019. And everyone, if you haven't had the chance to read this book, it's another one of these incredible books that are available at our very own library, so do not miss out. So Professor Nakissa has also published numerous articles in journals in the fields of Islamic studies, history, anthropology, religious studies, and cognitive science. Please give him a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, so what we're going to talk today is about an very interesting figure, Ibn Taymiyyah, and his opinions on animism and how they relate to pre-modern Islamic perspectives on the natural world. Ibn Taymiyyah is one of the most controversial and important theologians in Islamic history, although his importance has really exploded in the modern period, to the point where perhaps aside from Al-Ghazali, there's no figure, arguably, who's exerted as much influence over modern Muslim thought as Ibn Taymiyyah. So why has he exercised so much influence in recent years? One reason is that in the modern period, over the past 200 to 300 years, you have the emergence of a liberal ideology as part of the European Enlightenment. And certain liberal ideas begin spreading across the globe. One of them is a critical attitude towards tradition. Another is the valorization of science and a materialistic worldview. And these liberal ideas have affected all religions, and you have reformers in all of these religions accepting some of these liberal ideas, critical of tradition, let's say taqlid, and kind of advocating for the importance of science and the compatibility of a scientific worldview with their religious texts. When we talk about Muslim reformists of this kind, some of the more prominent names might include Sayyid Ahmed Khan, Muhammad Abdu, Fazlur Rahman, Nur Khulis Majid, many figures over the past 200 years across the entire Muslim world. So you have many Muslim reformers. They have not merely accepted liberal ideas, but they have also looked for ways to justify kind of a liberal worldview. And in this respect, Ibn Taymiyyah has been helpful. Because his work can be read as providing such justifications. For instance, he is very much, in many ways, an advocate of ijtihad and saying we should base our opinions, Muslims should base their opinions to a greater extent directly on scripture rather than simply accepting later doctrines that have developed over time in an uncritical manner. So he's somewhat critical of taqleed. On a related note, although Ibn Taymiyyah does not reject Sufism as a whole, he is critical of certain widespread Sufi doctrines, and many of the ones that he targets are seen by modern Muslims as kind of embarrassing anti-scientific superstitions. So these would be doctrines legitimating prayer to the dead, Sufi saints like awliya, or doctrines which attribute divinity or prophetic power to living saints. Ibn Taymiyyah holds that these doctrines lack a sound basis in scripture. Given these facts, Muslim reformists, many of them have latched on to Ibn Taymiyyah's legacy from Muhammad Abdu and Rashid Rida onwards. And they have depicted Ibn Taymiyyah as a precursor for their own criticisms of tradition and anti-scientific superstition. But is this an accurate reading of Ibn Taymiyyah? Unsurprisingly, matters are more complex. Muslim reformers as well as Western academics have tended to focus on select texts within Ibn Taymiyyah's vast corpus of writings. But today I would like to discuss one of the more neglected texts from his corpus. In fact, I haven't really seen anything written on it yet. And in this particular text, he puts forth a number of arguments in favor of what might be described as animistic ideas, or what I will describe as a sort of Islamic animism. And it's particularly interesting in the case of Ibn Taymiyyah, because any of you who are familiar with Ibn Taymiyyah know that he's very famous for his literalism, for insisting on the importance of literal meaning, accepting literal meanings when it comes to texts. So when it comes to some of these apparently animistic ideas that you find in Islamic texts, he will not, like some other thinkers, dismiss them as metaphorical. He will say, no, they are literally meant, they are literally true. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, for me, I actually look at in any case. But before moving further, I've used the word animism, so let me say a couple words about what animism is. This idea for the first time emerges in the late 19th century. It's associated with an anthropologist named E.B. Tyler. Animism holds that non-human entities like animals, plants, rocks, and planets have a human-like soul or mind. Consequently, these non-human entities have thoughts, desires, and emotions similar to those of human beings. For example, we could say that a mountain became angry when nearby villagers dumped waste on it, and perhaps then the mountain punished the villagers by striking them with a landslide or a volcanic eruption. Tyler conceptualized animism as a particular form of religion, but other people in more recent times have often thought about it as a particular worldview with important implications for the natural world and the level of respect that human beings should have for the natural world. To better understand why this is the case, consider the following. Humans show a special level of respect and compassion to entities that they believe are human-like, entities that can think and desire and feel pain. And the more human-like an entity is, the more respect and compassion it often receives from human beings. For example, people are more hesitant to destroy or kill a human than an animal, and they're more hesitant to destroy an animal than a plant, and they're more hesitant to destroy a plant than a rock. Modern science tells us that non-human entities are quite different from humans, especially when it comes to, this is certainly the case with rocks and stars and plants, and is even largely the case with animals. By contrast, the animistic ideas characteristic of pre-modern societies encourage the view that comparatively speaking, non-human entities are closer to human beings, and hence arguably merit a higher level of respect and compassion. On the other hand, because animism conflicts with modern science, it is often dismissed as reprehensible superstition, and for this reason, modern Muslim reformers tend to ignore or downplay animistic ideas in the Islamic tradition. However, doing this has costs. Firstly, it results in an inaccurate view of the Islamic tradition and thinkers such as Ibn Taymiyyah. Beyond that, there's an additional cost, namely uncritically promoting a modern scientific worldview, which encourages a disrespectful and destructive attitude towards the natural environment. With these points in mind, let us turn to Ibn Taymiyyah's analysis of Islamic animism. And the text that I'm going to look at is a short treatise called Risala fil Kalam al Fitra. As indicated by the treatise's title, the text is devoted to the subject of fitra. Fitra is an Arabic term that means innate or instinctive disposition. In the treatise, Ibn Taymiyyah argues that human beings have an innate or instinctive disposition to believe in God, feel pious emotions like taqwa, and to worship God. And Ibn Taymiyyah has made this argument in other places. It's been covered by many scholarly works. However, in this treatise, Ibn Taymiyyah says something which is additional and unique. He argues that in fact non-human entities like animals, plants, and rocks are fundamentally similar to humans. And why are they similar to humans? Because they share a fitrah. Like human beings, they have an innate and instinctive disposition to believe in God, feel pious emotions, and worship God. So this is a somewhat surprising claim and appears to entail a type of Islamic animism. Ibn Taymiyyah says, the fact that this quote must have a creator, maker, and a sustainer is necessarily known. God the Exalted has embedded this understanding within the fitrah of his creations, both those that move and those that are still, both those that speak and those that are silent, both animals and inanimate objects. As previously mentioned, all of them glorify him and know him. Were it not for the fact that everything glorifies him, exalts him, and magnifies him in ways beyond our understanding and known only to the one who enabled them to do so, he would not have informed us of this, nor would it signify his greatness. Ibn Taymiyyah then provides various scriptural proofs for his claims. Among them is a hadith from Ibn Mas'ud, transmitted through Ibn Mas'ud, which says, the mountain calls out to the mountain opposite it by name. Do you have someone remembering Allah upon you today? If the answer is yes, the mountain says, rejoice, stay at peace, for there is someone remembering Allah upon you today. Then there's another hadith which comes from Anas. Every morning and evening, the parts of the earth call out to one another. Has a servant passed by you today who prayed upon you or remembered Allah upon you? Some respond no, while others reply yes. If they say yes, they are delighted and consider it a virtue. And then Ibn Taymiyyah cites a verse from the Quran where, as definitive evidence concerning the animistic character of the mountains, and he cites a Quranic verse that said, indeed, some of these mountains fall due to their fear of Allah. And then Ibn Taymiyyah comments that these mountains can only feel fear because they have an inner hidden knowledge. So they have a fitra. These mountains actually know God in some real sense, in some literal sense. So overall, if we look at the different quotations from Ibn Taymiyyah, he cites Quran, he cites hadith indicating the mountains talk to one another, they express their support for pious humans who worship on top of them. Moreover, these mountains have knowledge and fear of God, and this makes the mountains fall down before God. Ibn Taymiyyah continues on to say that different groups of Muslim scholars interpret these apparently animistic verses in different ways. So he cites three opinions that are described by the scholar Ibn Abd as-Salam. So one is from the Sufis, who say that the stones are living beings. Others say that these references are purely metaphorical. And then he mentions Ash'ari, Abu Hasan al-Ash'ari, who says that when the mountains talk, or when they fall, or when they do something like this, God temporarily creates life within them, and then they do this. And then they go back to their ordinary inanimate state. So Ibn Taymiyyah says that the notion that animals are actually ordinary living, or that mountains and stones are ordinary living beings, he says this is an ignorant idea that's characteristic of some of the Sufis. As for the view that it's metaphorical, this is contradicted by both the Quran and Sunnah. As I noted earlier, Ibn Taymiyyah is famous for his literalistic scriptural hermeneutics. He doesn't like when people say things like, the statement that God has a hand is a metaphor. The statement that God is above the throne is a metaphor. Similarly, when he's talking about mountains and animals and whatnot, he says we should not interpret these metaphorically. So he dismisses the first statement that he dismisses the idea that the stones are actually living beings. He dismisses the notion that it's a metaphorical expression. With respect to the third statement from the Ash'ari position, he doesn't reject it, but it's not clear that he accepts it. One reason why he might be open to the position of the Ash'arite position that God basically temporarily creates life in these mountains is that it is consistent with the literal meaning of the verses, although one can think of other possibilities as well, because there are other views that you can find. There are other views that you can find. You will find, for instance, some scholars will talk about having a mystic experience. So maybe if you're a Sufi scholar like Ibn Arabi, in ordinary mountains that you see in the world, cannot speak, cannot express their knowledge, cannot feel taqwa, but you could enter into a mystic state where you see things which are ordinarily hidden, a realm of the ghaib, and in that particular realm you see things that you wouldn't ordinarily see in the world. And that ghaib realm is often seen as revealing a deeper hidden reality, whether it's about the existence of angels or God or heaven and hell. Maybe you enter into that realm of the ghaib, you have a ru'ya, you have a vision of that hidden realm, and in that hidden realm, mountains can actually talk or prostrate or fall in fear due to taqwa of Allah. Now, is that Ibn Taymiyyah's view? I don't know. It's speculative. At any rate, one of the things that Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Taymiyyah, the mere fact that Ibn Taymiyyah attributes human-like souls to animals, plants, and mountains implies that they deserve a type of respect and compassion. Moreover, for Ibn Taymiyyah, the most noble human-like features that any being can have are those related to the fitra. Recall that these features include an innate tendency to believe in God, experience pious emotions, and worship God. By attributing these features to the entire natural world, Ibn Taymiyyah strongly suggests that this world deserves great respect. Elsewhere in Ibn Taymiyyah's writings, he remarks, "It is well known that in these creatures God has exalted purposes other than the service of man and greater than the service of man. He only explains to the children of Adam what benefits there are in them and what bounty he has bestowed upon humankind." Here, Ibn Taymiyyah rejects the idea that God's creation is merely a tool to serve the desires of human beings. On the contrary, the creation has a higher status, which is tied to the exalted purposes other than the service of man. These exalted purposes doubtlessly include belief in God, the experience of pious emotions, and the worship of God. This is a very different picture of nature than which is characteristic of classic modern liberal ideology. As mentioned above, standard liberal ideology insists that non-human entities are radically different from humans and hence are much less worthy of respect and compassion. Additionally, this ideology tends to approach non-human entities as tools to serve the desires of humans. For this reason, they are to be controlled, transformed, or destroyed by scientific technologies. For example, from the perspective of liberal ideology, a mountain is not valuable because it praises God. On the contrary, a mountain is valuable because it can be mined for minerals or because it provides an aesthetic pleasure to human beings, but it has no value beyond the gratification of human desires. So Ibn Taymiyyah presents a very different way of looking at the environment, of everything from animals and plants and mountains. And I'm not going to try and click through more slides because we'll be here all day. But thank you very much for your time, and it has been a pleasure speaking before you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nakissa, for that very interesting talk. And that brings us to our final speaker of this event here today. And after we hear from our final speaker, Professor Schaeffer, there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions and engage with our speakers. So probably you already have all sorts of thoughts about the talks that we've already heard. Maybe start gathering them. Start thinking, oh, which one is the question that is really going to be of benefit to me and to all the other students who are here present today. So just keep that in the back of your mind as we listen, of course, to our next talk. So our next speaker is Professor Michiel Schaeffer, and he is an adjunct professor at the MPP program right here at UIII. He holds a PhD in dynamic meteorology from the Universiteit of Utrecht in the Netherlands. He holds a position of chief scientist in research and in the research and innovations team at the Global Center on Adaptation in the Netherlands. In this role, he utilizes his high-level scientific skills to provide guidance and capacity building to both developing and developed countries, as well as international climate policy, as well as for the international climate policy community. Professor Michiel's expertise lies in dynamic meteorology with a specialization in the intricate interactions between the atmosphere, ocean, ecosystems, and society. His scientific publication record spans the full range of climate-related disciplines, from core climate science to impact, adaptation, and mitigation. He has also published numerous peer-reviewed publications in various prestigious outlets. So I would like to ask you to give him a very warm welcome. Please come to the stage, Professor Michiel.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, I think, by now. Thank you for the kind introduction. I was very excited about the three speakers before me. We heard about, well, let's say, theory and philosophy, the social empirical sciences, and then back to, I would say again, conceptual philosophical thinking about our position and nature. I would like to add another perspective, which is more from the natural sciences. I am by training a physicist. I did also do a master's in philosophy, so I would like to combine those two disciplines. And I've been working for 30 years as a climate scientist, doing climate science and advising governments globally on the consequences of climate change and what we can do to address what we now call the climate change crisis. So I would like to address 5 topics today. First, I will just very briefly touch on the fundamental science of climate change. what is happening and what do we know that will be happening in the next decades to a century. I will also touch on some moral issues, ethical issues that have to do with equality in this sphere, and then I will spend most of the time talking about solutions. Because if I've learned anything over the past 30 years is that I should never confront people with just a problem. We always should be thinking about solutions together. And the title of the whole talk is about cooperation. Cooperation between scientific disciplines, cooperation between countries, cooperation between different actors within each country, and so on and so forth. So we start with topic 1. What do we know that has changed in the historical period? I'm drawing this from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It's an organization of scientists globally to which I've contributed over the years, which is one of the UN bodies and the main scientific organization to advise the UN body on climate change that I will explain in a minute as well. So what do we know? We have direct observations of global mean temperatures over the last 150 years, so thermometers on the ground measuring globally where are we with climate change. And we also have reconstructions of geological temperature changes over the past thousands of years, and we can compare our direct observations with the history of our planet. And what we see in the last 1 century, something very special is going on. On top of the natural fluctuations of our planet, we now have a very rapid change that we can only explain by the influence of our human emissions of greenhouse gases coming from burning fossil fuels, oil, gas, and in particular coal. So over this past century alone, the planetary global mean temperature has risen by 1 degree Celsius. It seems like a small amount, but if that's for the whole planet, you can imagine it's an enormous amount of energy going into the system, and it is very extraordinary compared with the geological history. If you go further back in time, with records from ice cores on the North and South Pole, records of lake and sea, ocean sediments, and so on, we can analyze how widespread these changes are. So to start with the CO2 concentration, carbon dioxide, the product of our burning of fossil fuels in the atmosphere, it is now higher than in at least 2 million years. If we look at sea level rise, which is a consequence of melting of glaciers and ice caps, as well as a warmer ocean, it is now faster than in at least 3,000 years, as far back as our knowledge stretches. Arctic sea ice, so the floating ice on the North Pole, it's at its lowest level for at least the past 1,000 years. And then finally, glaciers, mountain glaciers, they have retreated. We know this, we've seen this globally. That retreat is unprecedented in at least the past 2,000 years. So something extraordinary is going on. Now, if we look into the future, our best knowledge of physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, we can put all of those laws of nature together and then analyze what happens if we have very low emissions of greenhouse gases as a society, at the low side in blue, up to very high emissions on the high side of in dark red. And then we have a very large range of possible warming in the next century from values that are not very much above today, if we have very low emissions, up to values which reach almost 5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century, so 5 times as much as our global warming today, which we know is already causing problems of droughts, floods, heat waves, storms, etc. Globally. So you can start to imagine if these kinds of global warming levels come to pass, the problems will multiply. Now, where are we then? At the moment, we are, as I mentioned, a little above 1 degree of warming. That is on a long-term average. Individual years can be warmer or cooler, and a record year of warming was 2023, approaching 1.5 degrees. 2024 will be yet a little bit warmer, is the expectation. Now, you have heard, I hope, of the Paris Agreement on climate change. So an international multilateral agreement to limit the consequences of climate change, to adapt our societies to the consequences of climate change, and to assist, in particular, developing countries with addressing the problems of climate change, financed by developed countries. Article 2 of the Paris Agreement states that we have to limit warming to well below 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees in the long term. So that is the target of the international agreement under the UN. However, countries are not yet acting on this. So we analyzed all of the national policies of all countries globally, and then again we put this in our calculations of what to expect for warming into the future. And if we do this, and we look at all of those policies, all of those promises to reduce emissions, by the end of the century, we end up in the range of a bit above 2 to a bit below 3 degrees. So we have a long way to go to get these expected warming levels down to the levels that we agreed on as an international community under the Paris Agreement. Now there's also some good news, which is that given that is already the policies and the targets of all of these countries, those very high levels of warming of 4 degrees and 5 degrees, they now seem very, very unlikely. So we did achieve a lot already in the past years. We did not achieve enough. And so how do these warming levels compare to the consequences for our planet? The IPCC defined 5 what they call reasons for concern, clusters of impacts of global warming on our environment, on our people, ranging from unique and threatened systems, think of coral reefs, think of unique biodiverse, but also unique indigenous cultures globally that are threatened by global warming. Those are the most vulnerable and the first to suffer. The darker the red color here, with levels of warming, the higher the risk, the higher the threat is to these systems. So for unique and threatened systems, the threat level is already high at present day levels of warming, 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees, let alone if these higher warming levels would come to pass. Other elements have to do with, for example, equality. The third reason for concern is about distribution of impacts. We know that some countries are much more vulnerable to the consequences of climate change than others. Unfortunately, those are predominantly developing countries that are hit harder by climate change and also have fewer means to cope with the consequences of climate change. So each of these systems has a certain level where the threats become very, very large. Unfortunately, at the levels, the current implied levels by current policies, we are still at that level of high to very high threats for most of these systems. So there's a problem, we need to address it. I also want to make a connection. We have a collaboration with a team of researchers in Pakistan. And together we have looked at what are the implications, not just on economic activities, but also on cultural, religious practices. We all know that in the past 2 years, there were very, very extreme heat waves around Makkah during Hajj, and many pilgrims suffered, in particular elderly people, more vulnerable to high temperatures. And what we did is we looked at, okay, so to what extent can these very high temperatures be associated with human-induced, human-caused climate change? and what will then happen in the future when this climate change will become worse. And so to the best of our knowledge, there is indeed a very strong signal of human-induced climate change on these heat waves during pilgrimage. And if we estimate what would happen under a further increased warming, as I mentioned, we're now a bit above 1 degree. By the time we reach 2 degrees, the number of heat stroke risks during Hajj would increase tenfold. So we see that we also have to study not just economics, not just ecology, agriculture, etc. We also have to look at other aspects of human activity, including religious practices. Now, topic 2, and that relates to equality and inequality. We talk a lot in the climate community in terms of equality when we talk about emission reductions. Developed countries need to take the lead in reducing their emissions. They need to assist developing countries reducing their emissions. However, equality does not end there. What is very, very clear is that equality is also apparent in which people suffer and which people do not suffer. Some people are simply in a much more vulnerable position, and then hit by climate change will suffer more. The damages will be larger, livelihoods will be damaged, lives will be lost. And there is a vicious cycle here where existing inequality and then the consequences of climate change will create and amplify existing inequalities, because people will have a harder time to recover if they were already more vulnerable to start with. So equality is not just a matter of who will reduce emissions, it's also a matter of who will feel the consequences of global warming most. And I also want to address the issue of conflict and migration. There's a lot of research on this topic, again, because many people in a vulnerable position are hit by climate change, which may lead them to leave their homes, leave their families, and try to find a better position elsewhere. We know that climate change is never the sole cause of conflict, of migration, but it acts as an amplifier of existing problems. So it may push people over the edge when they are already vulnerable or in a difficult position, or already in an area of conflict. You can see a lot of these issues, they start to relate and move away from the natural sciences into the domain of moral and ethical considerations. And that's the point that I want to make. When we think about climate change, we have a lot of information. We can let us be guided by natural sciences, but then the implications and the actions, they are no longer in the domain of the natural sciences. And so we need to rely on the insights of scholars that you have just heard. So let's go to the topic of mitigation, if the technology collaborates. I think the battery is empty. So the first topic is on mitigation, reducing our emissions, so reducing the size of the problem. We know with large certainty, very high certainty, that we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions primarily from burning fossil fuels. So we mapped out everything that needs to happen, and these are the broad strokes. So we need to have zero emissions in electricity by 2050. That means that we need to phase out coal in electricity before 2050. By 2030 in developed countries, by 2050 in developing countries. So coal is gone. If there's one thing we know, it's that the most polluting energy source, coal, is the first that needs to be, we need to get rid of globally. Transport, we need different modes of transport, public transport, as well as private transport, and then everything needs to be tied to the electricity, either through hydrogen or batteries, and so on. So we know what to do, and we know what not to do, which is to continue using coal etc. Now, how we do this, again, relates to other things that we value as a human society. And in that regard, the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, they are also a useful guidance for us where we can relate climate policy to other aims and objectives and targets that we have agreed as a global community. And if we do this, it turns out that there are many synergies between some of these changes that we need, that we know that we need to deploy, shifting from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And there are many benefits for many of these SDGs. And we can exploit this, we can use this, we can, let's say, make the most optimal decisions in our policies. Then on adaptation. We know that climate change has already happened. We are adapting to it. Not fastly enough, but we are. We know that there will be more climate change following, so we need to adapt more. One example, this is a research on the level of adaptation in different parts of the world. And again, the matter of equity here. This is split into higher income levels and lower income levels in each of these world regions. And so pointing out Africa, Asia, and the small islands, my organization is working with particularly least developed countries and small island nations to get a grip on their risks and their potential policies. And we see everywhere that higher income levels, the top blue bars, are more protected against the consequences of climate change. So there's an existing unequal situation. The more vulnerable are more, the lower income groups are more vulnerable than high income groups, and we see that in every world region. And then in orange, dark orange, we see planned adaptation. So what is already being done to protect people further? Again, we see, for example, in Africa, that this will take the higher income levels at a higher level of protection before lower income groups. And we see comparable patterns elsewhere depending on the area of adaptation, the sector, being it agriculture, water, and so on. We also see that there is a limit to what adaptation can do. So where these bars end, and further adaptation is no longer possible. Which means also that, and that's a crucial message, we cannot adapt our way out of the problem of climate change. We cannot let greenhouse gas emissions go uncontrolled and then assume that we can adapt. There is a limit to this, and beyond that limit, people will suffer, ecosystems will disappear. So, moving on to what can we do. One thing is climate finance. We need a lot of money. And this means hard decisions. As I mentioned, under the climate negotiations under the UN, there is an agreement. Developed countries need to lead the way. They need to provide finance. And they do, but not at the required scale of the needs. This is in 2022 in billions of dollars of international climate finance. In blue, we have the public sector. In orange, we have the private sector. On mitigation, there's a very large amount of money going on. A lot of things are happening, and a lot is done by the private sector because there is a business case. In many cases, renewable energy is now cheaper than fossil fuels. However, on adaptation, we see two things. First, we see it's much smaller, incredibly so, much smaller, even though we all know how urgent the problem is. And we see that the private sector on adaptation is extremely small. So two things are not happening. Developed countries are not providing sufficient financial support, in particular on adaptation. Secondly, the private sector is doing nothing. Instead, what we see is that a lot of adaptation, the same amount of adaptation, money, is spent by individuals, households. So people who are not responsible necessarily for causing the damage, they're picking up the bill. All right, so it means that we need to make a case, a business case to the private sector, not just on mitigation, but also on adaptation. So apologies. And there is a very strong business case to make. There is what we call a very positive return on investments in many different fields of private sector activity. So we need to make that case more strongly from every corners of our academic and governmental and social civil society. I'll continue without the technology. All right, or with scrambled technology. So one thing that we're doing is with a couple of organizations, one that the chief scientist of Finres, which is a company in France, and we're developing large-scale data solutions for the farming sector, where we provide farmers with data on their particular farm and what they can do to protect their crops. And we provide it in such a way that they can take it to the banks to get loans at very low interest rates, because we can show that there is a positive return on investment. So that private banks, they have more reason to give this money to the farmers. Now there's two issues I want to point out. We developed this system in Europe and parts of Africa. But what about the role of Islamic banking? Do they need the same kind of approaches, the same kind of principles that banks in other parts of the country or the world use? There's also the question of grassroots organizations. We can work through the private sector, we can work through private sector banks, but in many countries, farmers do not get their finance primarily through to banks, but more from an informal sector. So in this case, we are working with Muhammadiyah. In case you are not from Indonesia, Muhammadiyah is one of the largest Muslim grassroots organizations in Indonesia. And they have a farmer association, so we want to work with them to see how we can assist farmers at the grassroots level. Then, how much time do I have? It's already finished? All right. I want to turn into to the topic of collaboration and action. We have had, 3.5 decades of climate negotiations. It started in the early 90s with the first IPCC report that showed that there is something that we call man-made climate change, out of which was created the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UN body where all countries come together to try to act. A central concept under the UNFCCC is prevent dangerous interference with the climate system. So the fundamental principle of our UN declaration is to prevent anthropogenic, human, dangerous interference with the climate system. But this is not a question, again, that can be answered by the natural sciences. The natural sciences can provide information about the different kinds of damages expected under different levels of warming, but the decision of what is dangerous needs to be answered from a cultural, political, religious, social, ethical, moral perspective. And so throughout the decades of climate negotiations, always these different flows of information and thinking and concepts have been informing the international negotiations to reach, in 2015, the decision, the agreement under the Paris Agreement of keeping warming well below 2 degrees and limiting it to 1.5 degrees. So it is informed by the science, but not decided by the science. Then this year we were in Baku, in Azerbaijan. It was one of the most difficult conferences of the parties, the UN negotiations, one of the most difficult ones that I have ever been at. There was an agreement on finance. This was not adequate. It's only a first step. And many other issues have not trained any traction, not made any progress. And so we're looking again at the next year. The next COP will be in Brazil, and the Brazil presidency is taking this topic up very, very actively. Now, these international negotiations, they bring together countries, so Azerbaijan, the president of this year, Indonesia has been in Baku, of course Brazil with their actions. Also country groups come there, like the African countries. I want to point out that it is not just governments that play a role in international negotiations, it's also civil society, and in particular also throughout the many decades that I've been there, faith-based organizations have played an important role. And one example is this organization that had this pavilion here in Baku. So there are multi-faith organizations that are active from all major beliefs and many minor beliefs, I may say, coming together to try to reach agreement of where they should jointly push politics to go further and deeper. So I want to close off with, let's say, summarizing how we can translate signaling a problem into action and cooperation. And we all have a role to play here. So it is about awareness, education. This is an education institution, so we are key in this endeavor. Promoting 1.5 degree action. We're getting closer and closer to 1.5 degrees, so it becomes more and more urgent to push everywhere we can to limit our greenhouse gas emissions. Mobilizing the private sector, as I mentioned, in particular on adaptation, not enough is being done, and it's becoming more and more urgent. Engage in interfaith and international collaboration within the UNFCCC, the UN negotiations, but also in platforms where Indonesia plays an increasing role, like the G20. Strengthening academic exchanges and collaboration, so not just education, but also research. And then helping local health and practitioners and decision makers to protect our people against the consequences of climate change. And so including during Ramadan and Hajj, our researchers listed a range of measures that we can take to protect pilgrims, including early warning systems to warn people when there is a heat wave coming and explain to them what to do, up to ensuring that outdoor workers take more breaks and are better protected against the causes of climate change. So in other words, there is a lot that we can do. It relies very strongly on collaboration, politically, socially, faith-based and academically. And so I think we all have a role to play to amplify and enhance these collaborations. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, one more round of applause for our last speaker, Professor Schaeffer. So we're now moving into the question and answer discussion session. And for that, I would first like to invite our speakers, if any of you have some thoughts, very briefly, any really questions that strike out or that you would like to bring up for this discussion. I would just like to give you an opportunity whilst the students are also thinking about the questions they want to ask, and I'll come right back to you.
Thanks very much. I don't want to take any time away from the students. It's just a quick question about the interpretation of the results from this fascinating study, kind of a clarification, actually. So it really is a question, but it starts with a comment because the information is relevant. So the interpretation that folks who are conservative, I assume that's politically and possibly religious conservative, have less knowledge overall of climate change, whereas those who are more pious, right? You know, I assume that means like praying 5 times a day, that kind of thing, have more knowledge. Is interesting in terms of the interpretation that it might be a sense of apocalypticism and fatalism that leads the folks on the conservative side to be less aware. It's an interpretation that is familiar to me in the United States context too, right? Where there's an industry, as you know, of climate denialism that is often targeted at folks who are conservative Christians. For which there's certain kinds of Protestantism, like millennial dispensationalism, where people do say that the rapture's coming and it doesn't matter. But my question is, I wonder if apocalypticism couldn't be used to interpret the results on the other side too. So I heard some teaching in my research that actually used the idea of Judgment Day as a motivation to climate action, saying that the ultimate judgment of God determining what is going to be your future environment in the world to come, the garden or the fire, was going to be determined by the actions in this world, and the best way to ensure you have the best chance of going to the best place is to show rahmah or mercy to God's creation. So I wonder if we couldn't consider apocalypticism to matter both positively in terms of climate knowledge and negatively as well. Thanks, that's it.
Yeah, I think there is the new term on post-apocalyptics. So they tend to looking at the idea of apocalyptics in more positive ways, how the apocalyptics belief may also encourage people to be more active in that sense. But the finding in my study is more showing more negative way, but I do agree that more on maybe in a more qualitative kind of studies, we can go deep into the phenomenon among society, because I could not ignore the growth of among the Muslim society, for example, among the rural Muslim society, the growing interest and their excitement and focus on concern on the issues of environment is growing, and maybe they also hold those kind of apocalyptic beliefs. So I do agree with you. Maybe in the future research, we should also consider how the impact of these beliefs, both in positive and negative sides. Hopefully it's answering your questions.
Totally, I'm happy to turn it over to the students now. I do have an article on it I'm happy to share.
I was also very interested by your survey and the results and how it relates to your story about Muslim environmentalism. There's a lot of psychological research also on religion and on conservatism. And what I learned, and I wonder what you think about this, is that it often works better in an audience with more conservatism to provide a message that is not about the problem so much, but more about the solutions. So it is also the way that we present information to an audience that may or may not spur people into action or not.
So it's like more suggestion to propose more positive side, so it's more encourage people to do action and offer solution rather than presenting some this is the issue, the problematic aspects of religious values hindering people awareness and behavior toward the environment. Yeah. So, sorry, I don't really get your. Is it questions or just a comment?
My question is, do you think the way that the topic is communicated to an audience can affect the way that they interpret the problem and then therefore determine their actions or not.
Yeah, sometimes that's the challenge between the scientists, the scholars, and the community to disseminate the idea that is sometimes too abstract and too, sometimes it's far from closer to the solutions. I think in the context, because when we refer back to the context of the importance or the roles of religion in the context of Indonesia, how powerful and how common people still hold the religious values, I think the way we communicate to the public audience to offer solution, we can go also using the roles of religious scholars, religious leaders, those who are in the local levels. Like you mentioned about faith pavilions. Usually they engage people from faith-based community, but usually this community sometimes the elite part of the religious community. So I think it's much better to also engage the local preachers, for example, because they are closer to the society, so they can offer a better communication with the society to to show how the importance of having more open perspective on the issues of religion and how religions also can offer solutions for the problem of climate change. I think in the context, we also had another research on Green Islam movement. So we focus on several movements among Muslim communities in Indonesia. They all already works on that. One of the example is using the terms, we call it greening Islam, using the Islamic word, but it's more familiar with the society. Like the example of wakaf, water, sadaqah, sampah, something's more familiar to the community. So I think to prevent that kind of conservative belief and views, we can use these types of actors, religious leaders, but not only in the elite part, but also in the local level where they interact directly with the community. I might answer your question.
Okay,
thank you for the questions.
See, it's impossible to invite an interdisciplinary panel of speakers and not expect some sort of discussion and exchange of ideas to emerge. And that's exactly why we need more panels like this to have that interdisciplinary conversation. But I know many of you must also be anxious to join the conversation. So I want to start with two different questions we will take at the same time. Can someone help me with a microphone? Okay, great. Oh no, don't make me choose. Why did I sign up to be the moderator? This is terrible. Okay, we'll go with you, brother, who raised your hand so high.
Thank you for the chance to ask my question. But my question goes straight to Prof. Michiel. And thank you so much for the presentation. For me, it appeared as a lecture because I've learned a lot. My question has to do with adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. Currently, we understand that adaptation are the behaviors and strategies we improvise in order to cope with the already impacted environment. Then again, mitigation, which seeks to reduce emissions or seeks to stop emission. But from the bar chart you presented, we can see that there is more emphasis on mitigation instead of adaptation, which you also emphasize that developed countries are not doing well enough in supporting developing countries to adapt, or vulnerable countries to adapt to the changing environment. But then again, with mitigation, which we know, even if there is a stop in emission currently, which we know is not possible, for over 100 years or more, the already emitted greenhouse gases in the atmosphere will still have an impact. So why do we concern more about mitigation instead of adaptation, since we've seen the effect already? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think we'll take some more questions just all together. Please go ahead here in the front.
Thank you. Myself, Mohsin Ali, I am MA student at Political Science. I am from Pakistan. Thank you so much for the great presentation. After listening your presentation, I feel that the Islamic teachings are just not for the prayers, but it is reliable and relevant in contemporary era, that the environment and Islam. So my question is from the second speaker, Professor Lim, that you have mentioned that the Muslim who hold the conservative faith or conservative is lower friendly environment. How can we measure it and how can we understand it? Have you get my question, sir? Okay, I just want to repeat. You have mentioned in your conclusion that the Muslim who has lower faith or who is conservative faith is lower friendly environmental. How can we measure and how can we understand it?
Michiel? No, I'll wait, but just making sure you got the question. Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Ajeng from Master of Education, and maybe this question will be going to Prof. Anna and Prof. Michiel, the first one. And then actually I'm very happy that currently zero waste is not only about food waste now, but also the tactile waste and something like that. That's also emerged the sustainability of modest fashion, that we need to responsible of what we use, what we eat, and it's not as much as we can have, but also the responsible of our things. That's all. I think also related to Professor Nasaruddin Umar said that the system of ethic to change the behavior, and also will be implemented in our campus. Is it possible to have a waste bank? Because I think, we have a lot of program that's sustainability environment, that our campus is also a green campus, I said before in our session here. But yeah, I'm still difficult to find a trash can actually. And then probably my friends here also in my dorm, also we're talking about how can we, to manage our garbage, to trash like this, for recycle this one. And we have a plant-tree program, but if we can have waste bank, then we can make a compost, then fertilizer for our planting program. I think that's my question or my suggestion for our pragmatism to this topic, and that's all. Thank you. And then the next one, the last one, it is because related to my UIII class next week, to Prof. Iim and Dr. Arya. What's your perspective about the piety and ethics regarding the boycott of Israeli products, because it's also in Global Islamic Economic Report, it's also increasing the halal trends and the local brands, the UMKM, Ibu. So that's my question, wondering, is it about our ethics of human rights? Because now people conscious to consume not only for the ingredients, but also where does it come from, and how about the distributor and something like that. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also saw that there was a question from Professor Murakabi. So let's gather that one as well, and then let's get a first round of answers. I know there's more hands up, and I'm terribly sorry. I cannot work magic.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone for this very interesting discussions. Actually, I have just one comment to Professor Halimatussa'diyah, and one question to Professor Aria, if you allow me. So, Professor Halima, this very interesting survey, actually, but I'm wondering that how did you define these categories? So, when you say practicing Muslim or people who practice rituals, or when you say conservative Muslims, what exactly do you mean by that? And someone can simply say you are reducing humans with their own, context, sophistication, different varieties to only one variable. So when you classify people as practicing Muslim or classify people as conservative, is it not possible? The way that was presented, it looks like dichotomous variables, which maybe sound a little bit problematic. So what if he or she is a conservative Muslim and practicing rituals at the same time, which is very common? So what would be the result? A human cannot be reduced to one variable, as you definitely know. So I think this may need a little bit clarification for me, but definitely this is a very, very interesting survey. Thank you very much for that. And to Professor Arya, thank you very much for raising this opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah, and I'm sure it's not only Ibn Taymiyyah's, I'm sure many Muslims would agree with, many Muslim ulama or scholars would agree with that. You spoke, or you talked in the beginning about the selective reading of Ibn Taymiyyah, and I think this is a very good point. But my question is, to what extent Ibn Taymiyyah may be different or similar to some contemporary philosophies like post-humanism, I don't know, Bruno Latour, Dana Haraway, the claim that humans and non-humans should be equal, similar, share the same identity. So how to situate the idea of Ibn Taymiyyah in regard to the discussion about post-humanism? I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're first going to answer some of these questions. Is there anyone who feels inspired to answer first? I know you've all received some questions. Okay, I'll just pass it.
I love the suggestion about campus as a living lab. I applaud the students for your efforts at sustainability here. And what I can say is, at least where I come from, where we're adding programs and really big, high-profile sustainability efforts, often that's the approach taken, is campus as a living lab. So go ahead and you tell them, you go. Semangat, yeah.
I think I will directly answer both of your questions because it's quite similar in terms of measurement and how the interpretations. So yeah, the concept of conservatism in our survey, we measure that variables not only one, but we have like several questions, maybe more than 10 questions, and then we do some factor analysis on this and we come up with one variables. But actually the concept of conservatism itself and also religiosity, we measuring not only with just yes and no, but we have very different indicators for the conservatism. So the conservatism we adopted from the study of Martin van Burenesen on his book on conservative turn, but we're looking at with quantitatively, but his study focused more on the qualitative part, but we try to adopt that and to use that as a measurement. So basically it's the way, how the worldview of Muslim on looking at the issues, social and politics and religion, including based on our fractal analysis, we have like 4, like more conservatism in the context of gender, conservatism in the context of theology, and then conservatism in the context of social and political perspective on how the role of religions and religious leaders on the state and the politics. So that's how we measure the conservatisms. And then in the context of religiosity, we also have several questions and come up with different dimensions. And the one that most significant is on the religiosity in the dimension of rituals. So basically it's not dichotomy, but more continuous based on different indicators. So, and how do we interpret that? So for the pro-environmental behavior, we also have different indicators. Like I mentioned in my presentation before, there are two types of private and public levels of pro-environmental behaviors. So in this interpretation, means those who hold more conservative views tend to have less practiced zero waste activities like recycling, reducing, and something relating to zero waste activities. And also in other part of private level is like saving water and electricity. That's the private one. It means those who hold the conservative view tend to less practice this behavior in a public, in a private levels of their community or in their own household. But in the context of public environmental behavior, we measures with different indicators, including participation in campaign on environmental issues, donating for environmental cause, participating in like we call it in Indonesia kerja bakti. How to call it in English? Something like collective activities on our community, on our neighborhood to protect and to take care of our environment, something like that. So those who held those conservative views tend to less involve in those types of public environmental activisms. I hope that's answering your question. And also regarding the boycotting on Israel campaign, actually I'm still working, I'm doing a research on that. Hopefully I could like have a publish soon. But I think in the context of whether it's the discussion of political consumption, right? So it's kind of a dilemma for some people, whether we should have a solidarity, international, more Muslim brotherhood solidarity toward people in Palestinian, or it's more local solidarity. Because when we, for example, we do a boycott the Israeli products, but some of the ingredients, some of the workers, some people in Indonesia might affect to this movement or this campaign. But on the other hand, when we want to show our solidarity for our Palestinian or Muslim fellows, we should do something. And then this is one of the issues. I mean, one of the action that we could do, because we are far away from there, and this is the smallest part of some kind of political action that Muslim can do from Indonesia. So maybe I haven't really answered your question, but I said that this is quite dilemmatic for, I think for some people in Indonesia, whether they want to choose international solidarity or just local solidarity. Your neighborhood, the workers in the shop that might be work on some small merchant that related to that big corporations. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think one of the questions was a question that I comment on the Islamic ethics of consumption, but I think Professor Lim has already said some things that I agree with, and just in the interest of time, I would just say I agree with a lot of what she says. With respect to Professor Marakabi, who I have to say really wears the Azhar clothing very well, mashallah. Appreciate the question, and I wish that I could give a more sophisticated answer in this sense that the literature that you're talking about, I only have, at this point, I haven't looked at it in a while, and my understanding is that kind of what you're foregrounding is this idea of forms of analysis and forms of a social analysis that aren't so human focused, human dominated. So to me, if one were going to ask me what I think is a little bit unique about Ibn Taymiyyah, so first of all, obviously, he, like many other people, is talking about this world in which there are all these non-human agents, and they have a significance in the world, and they should be an important element of our worldview. One of the things that I think maybe is a little bit different from Ibn Taymiyyah and some other thinkers is the extent to which he emphasizes like the obligation of accepting that these are meant in like a very, very literal sense. and that this is kind of a Muslim obligation to accept these ideas. Obviously, I also think that this notion of fitra in particular, like, so he's not just saying, you know, these mountains maybe praise God. He's saying, you know, they in a sense have knowledge of God. They have fitra knowledge of God, and they have these pious emotions and all of these other kind of things. That strikes me as a little bit of, even though I would agree that many of his conceptions might be shared, I would say this is kind of an additional insight that he brings. Oftentimes, at least when I think of religious worldview, and I think of, you know, what does it mean for a religious worldview to differ from maybe a materialistic or a purely materialistic worldview, or one that only focuses on human beings, I would say, well, a religious worldview is just kind of human beings, and then you add in God, but it's just basically God gives human beings the right to exploit the world for their pleasures, and that is to just draw benefits from the world. I thought it's very interesting that Ibn Taymiyyah specifically says we shouldn't just look at things in the world as objects to be exploited from our benefits. For our benefit, they in fact, a proper understanding of the world requires understanding that it's not just human beings that have a relationship with God through ibadah, but literally all of the creatures in the universe have an ibadah relationship with God, and we should conceptualize the world in that sense. So I didn't really think of that before reading this text from Ibn Taymiyyah, but it really gets me thinking. And I think one of the reasons is that beforehand, I have been influenced, maybe subconsciously, to downplay these elements of the Islamic tradition, maybe dismiss some of these things as metaphor, or at the very least not worth contemplating and thinking about, not a significant, not requiring, you know, a rethinking of my worldview. But one of the things that I like about some of this literature on Islam and the environment is that it prompts us to think about how certain aspects of our very human-centric worldview are aspects of modernity, and maybe something that we don't inherit from the Islamic tradition.
Yeah, again, very interesting. If I may add something from the recent UN negotiations in Azerbaijan, there was an interesting conversation, a public conversation, that was sparked by the president, the chair of the UN negotiations, the Azerbaijan minister, who at the start of the negotiations mentioned that fossil fuels are a gift from God. And there were many faith-based organizations at the negotiations that then provided other perspectives, drawing, I cannot say the same, from the same literature, but from the same, let's say, insights or philosophical perspectives, that it is not as simple as this, as the way that the president of the UN negotiations presented that issue to the listeners. So then there was a question about mitigation, so reducing emissions versus adaptation to protect us against climate change, and why, if there's already a lot of investments in mitigation, why do we still need more? Why don't we focus our attention instead on adaptation? It's a complex answer, and we can talk about this at much more length, like all of us can talk in much more length about our topics, and so can you. But the simple answer is that we need both. If climate change gets worse and worse because we do not mitigation, then there is a limit to what we can adapt to. And even us people, we are very adaptable. We already live in many different environments, from very wet to very dry and very cold to very hot. Still, all the agriculture that we have, there are limits to what we can endure. If we had, I don't know, 1,000 years, I'm sure we can adapt to almost anything, but not if climate change is going as fast as it does now. It's too abrupt, we cannot adjust, nature cannot adjust, and so mitigation remains extremely important. Without mitigation, adaptation in the end is meaningless.
Okay, thank you all very much. for those insightful answers, and thank you to the audience for being so active, so engaged, for all of the questions you posed. I would like you to give all of our speakers one big round of applause as we thank them all together. And of course, we have a tiny little thank you for all of you here today. So I would like to ask Fakhri to come forward for that. Fakhrul, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Right. Thank you to the distinguished speakers as well as the moderator for this event. So before we conclude this agenda, we'd like to invite Professor Shamsul-Rijal as the doctoral head of study program from the Faculty of Islamic Studies to present souvenirs for our speakers as well as the moderator. To the distinguished speakers and moderators, please stand up as Professor Shamsul-Rijal presents the souvenirs. To the UIII media team, please, with the documentation. Thank you. I think it's better if the speakers come forward, so it's much easier for us. Yes. Thank you, Professor Anna. Dr. Ian. A round of applause. Professor Arya, Nakissa. Last but not least, Professor Michiel. And the last one, Wietske, yes, as the moderator. Yes. Okay, and one more. I think the speakers and the moderator, as well as Professor Shamsul-Rijal, can stand with the audience to take a photo together. And to all ladies and gentlemen, please, yes, please rise to take this picture. It's the final picture for this event. All right. Ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, cheese. One, two, three. One more. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. All right. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes our agenda. Thank you very much for your attendance and presence. And we look forward to having you in another occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu.